Good afternoon. Hello to everyone. Welcome to the channel if you're new as well. We're going to be doing some Sorare and some Pooky stuff today. So do use the links in the chat if you want to get involved in them. I will leave the links. Where are they at? Can't see the links, but I'll just drop them in now. There's a link for Sorare. There's a link for Pooky. I can see that we've got, just reading the messages before we started, Audrey's Finagris says they've changed the reward boxes for rivals. That's actually quite important. So we're going to check that right now. Because this is something that I thought was really bad from rivals, from the Sorare team. If we go on it now, much better. Much better? Not great. Much better, not great, if I'm honest with you. They have changed it now, so they've taken the feedback on board. The feedback was that just offering one in there is just pathetic, and it was actually embarrassing because you don't spend three to then potentially win one, and you had a 50% chance to win one. They've now made it so the minimum is three. So you can spend three as a minimum, and then you have a 78% chance to win three back. So that in itself is not too bad, because as you're playing rivals, hopefully you're winning three in a row, and then you're opening a reward box, but then you're kind of just winning three. So I don't know what everyone thinks about this. What does everybody think about the reward box? Because I like that they've changed it. I just don't think that this is a good change. I think that this is almost like a sideways change. If I play rivals, then I want to potentially win more arena tickets than just three. If I'm honest with you, I'd almost like the minimum to be five. And then I would like, even if the minimum for five was like 50%, right? So you have a lower chance to win the five. I just think the minimum should be five or something. And then there should be the potential to win a lot more arena tickets in here, personally. The reason why I don't think this change is that great, they have changed it. So thank you, Audris Finagris, for telling us that. The reason I don't think it's that great is that this here does not really incentivize me too much to keep playing it or to start playing it. The 15% chance to win five is fine, but I would like there to be a chance where you could win like 10 or 15, even if it was like a low chance, right? I think you just need a bigger chance to win a bigger amount of arena tickets. Almost the same as what you've got here, right? With the cards, where you have like the highest chance to win the low end card, but then you still got a chance to win really big with the cards. You don't really have a chance to win big with the arena tickets, and I think that'd be quite good to do that. So yeah, they've changed it. You could argue that it is technically improved from the last one, but yeah, it's not a massive improvement, to be honest with you. Yeah, the chances for the cards have gone up as well. Yeah, so that's quite cool in itself. But yeah, it's not really enough for me to keep playing it, to be honest with you, so I won't be playing it. I don't think Rivals is aimed at someone who's already well into Sorare, so I'll continue to swerve it to football betting. Isn't that a shame, though? Rivals should be the type of game mode where everybody, new and existing, should enjoy it. And of course, if you're new, you should be able to get more enjoyment out of it. But it shouldn't be the case where we've got existing managers like football betting saying it's probably just not really geared towards existing, so I'm basically not going to play it. And I'm obviously an existing manager too, and I'm basically telling you guys now I'm not playing it either. And I think it's a little bit of a shame because, if I was playing it, then I might be talking about it more. I might be tweeting about it. I might be recommending it to people. So that's the advantage of having also existing managers playing it, is that they can also sort of say to maybe a friend that's not playing Sorare, like, wow, I'm playing this game. It's really cool. I'm having a lot of fun playing it. The rewards are pretty cool in it as well. So even if you don't have cards, you know, like me, you can start playing it and get something out of it. And technically you can, but I think when you've got existing managers that are basically saying and looking at the new game mode, I'm just ignoring it. I think it's a problem. I think it's a big problem. So yeah, Sarev changed it. If you wanted to know, the reward boxes are changed. The card rewards are changed, but it's a change which I think is still very poor, personally. They should give new accounts a tier 5 for their first streak of 3. I can see my mate getting fed up with winning arena tickets. Yeah, this is Rich. I think I agree with you on that one. I think if you're new to the game, for example, as Rich said, if you're new to the game, and let's just say that you win 3 consecutive arena matches, but you win it like 5 or 6 times, okay? And every time you just win 3 arena tickets back. You spend 3, you win 3, you haven't really won anything else other than just the arena tickets. I think new managers are probably also going to get a little bit like, well, this is kind of crappy, right? You'd probably want them to have better chance of getting a card to start getting on the board, you know, getting on the ladder. So I get that. I understand that feedback entirely. All right, we need to build some lineups, so let's crack on. Let's crack on. Also, I just want to quickly remind everyone, because I put this together, and I would definitely like there to be a lot more views with this and a lot more engagement with this type of video. If you like it, then let me know. If you have any feedback at all on it, then please let me know that too. You can drop me a message over on Twitch or Twitter. You can just let me know here if you want as well. But this was kind of the string that we done last week with Pooky, and I kind of cut down the 5-hour stream and sort of turned it into like a beginner guide video. And so if you're not playing Pooky, which is the other game we cover on the channel, and you just don't really know too much about it still, or you've maybe not really given it the time or day, check out this video for sure. Check out this video, give it a watch, and just listen to the things that we talk about and how we explain what the game's about and how really it's just fantastic right now to play. I think this is the time to be playing it because there are probably going to be changes which are coming to this game in the near future, which are going to make it still fun and still rewarding to play, but probably nowhere near as rewarding right now. So at the moment, it kind of feels like you're able just to farm free money from it, okay? Which kind of sounds bad technically from a business point of view. It's not really farming free money, but it's so easy to win on Pookie at the moment that you can do it with no skill, no knowledge whatsoever. And it's great, you know, because you can just put in whatever predictions, you can end up winning a lot. So my aim here, my point here is that just try to get involved in it now, because if they make the changes, you're going to probably be regressing that you didn't get involved in this game sooner. They're heavily trying to onboard new people lately with rewards as Zidane experience and match tickets, says Twitch Gaming. Yeah, they are. I actually quite like the Zidane experience and the match tickets. I do. The problem I've got slightly with that is that it kind of masks over quite a basic, bland game mode. So it's fantastic that they're offering the chance. Why has it changed? Has it finished now? It must have finished, no? Because they had the Rivals promoted with Zidane on it. So I guess that game has the game which you needed to play Rivals to win those tickets has passed. Otherwise, I don't know why they would have changed it. But yeah, I mean, it's great that they are offering those experiences, but I think fundamentally, this is just my opinion. Some of you guys won't agree there. I think fundamentally, this is at the moment just a game mode that I just can't see right now is going to be very successful with the masses, and I can't see it taking Sorare to the mainstream at the moment. And we do need to get some improvements. They recently sent the pitch notes out, and I kind of said to them, like, look, It's great. Pitch notes are always great because there's always new things coming into the game. I think a lot of the pitch notes was focused on changes on the pro side, but right, like managers are crying out for bigger improvements and just to make this game mode more fun, more exciting, more rewarding on Rivals. And it feels like we've not really had enough um, of an urgency on getting the things in Rivals. Like Rivals has been out now for about a month and a half, and I just think the team have been so slow at the moment at getting this up to speed to where it needs to be. So yeah, they need to get a move on. If Sorare are listening, please keep working on Sorare Rivals and please try and just get the improvements out as quick as you can now, because I don't want Rivals to turn into another club shop where it's been launched in the game like half finished, half baked, basically, and then with the promise that we're going to make it great very, very soon, and then a year passes and it's still in the same state, pretty much that it was in when it was launched, because then that would just be a disaster. So please get a move on now and start improving Rivals, because I'm not kidding. People are really losing interest in this game mode. Uh, Myself, I've lost interest in it a long time ago, but you don't want this to remain stale and to remain so frustrating and so unfulfilling and just not as fun as what it could be. You don't want that to be the impression that new managers have to the game, that then they just get turned off from the game. So come on, guys, get a move on now. Thank you also to Sopsy for the sub, the 12 months, man. Massively appreciated. Welcome back in, Sopsy. Free Tip Scout, one question I was asking myself is, do you think Pooky is going to change the way you can predict right now in the future because of how we predict and how easy we make money out of it? Well, they basically confirmed that, yeah. I don't know if you remember, but basically, Pooky have already indicated that they are going to be making the gameplay more rewarding for those that have skill and knowledge. So I think that you will probably still be able to win the way that we're winning, but just not as much. Okay, they've kind of hinted at it. So if you read between the lines, this paragraph here in the blog is basically confirming that they're going to be making changes to the way that you can play Pooky, and I interpret this as you just won't be able to just put the same score in and just basically like win every week with the same score with like no knowledge, no skill, takes 1 minute to do. And then when I asked them in the chat last week when they were on the live stream, I said, look, like my two big questions, one of my big questions to them was, is there any plans to make it so that people are more rewarded for taking the time and the effort and trying to get as many accurate predictions as possible? Because I said to them on the stream last week, right towards the end of that stream, I said, look, to be honest with you, I'm not even trying to get as many accurate predictions anymore as possible. And that's a bit twisted, because the game should be about where you are trying hard. If you have, like, say, 10 games in the Premier League, you're really trying hard to get every game, not just a few, but every game, you're trying to get 100% correct. And at the moment, the way that we're playing the game and the way that I know lots of others are playing the game, because it's so rewarding, you don't need to even think about trying to get everyone correct, right? 100% correct. You're just trying to get only a few, a handful, 100% correct by being a little bit more daring. So, and they mentioned it in the stream. They said, look, they couldn't really say yes or no, but they were like, pretty much what you're saying is going to happen. We're going to make a change so that the gameplay is going to be a lot more geared towards those that are much more skilled and much more knowledgeable, which is great. I think that's good. But again, it's just like, well, if we know that change is coming, which it is, then take advantage of the fact that you can literally just do this here, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3. You can put the same score in, which takes a minute to do, and you could probably come away by winning a lot of money just from the strategy. Hello to Calfort as well. skill and knowledge, we've basically just tried out different routes. I'm cool with it. I like that Pooky's changing it because of our community here. It shows that they're actively involving us. I agree. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, man. I mean, I think this game is so cool in the fact that you can it basically caters for everyone at the moment, doesn't it? Where you can spend hours trying to put together the most accurate predictions, looking into the stats and the data, and then, hopefully getting a load of accurate scores, 100% scores. Or if you're just the type of person that's just too busy, you've got so much going on in your life, or maybe you just also just don't know enough about the league. So it's just like, it's just a punt. You're like, I don't know at all. So I'm just going to guess it. The game also works for you in that way as well. So it's quite cool that the game is so flexible like that. But I also think as well the probably for the appeal of the game, and also the long-term competitiveness of the game, it probably needs to be a game like Sorare, actually, that rewards more for the skill and the knowledge. Imagine if we were doing Sorare, right? This is probably a good comparison. This is probably a good example to show you how almost incredibly easy it is to win on Pooky right now. Is that, imagine on Sorare today that if we were going to do a lineup build for Sorare, right? Imagine if we went into, I don't know, like Challenger Europe, right? Imagine if we'd done this on Sorare, okay? Let's just imagine that we've done this on Sorare, okay? So we put a goalkeeper in, whoever, and then we just put in whoever here, right? We didn't even look at their scores, their L15, who they've got. So we put in whoever here, and then we don't have a forward, but let's just say we put in someone that we did have. I don't think we actually have anyone. There we go. Just put him in for now. And then we just put in, again, whoever, right? Imagine if you'd done that with your Sorare teams every week, where you just spent no time researching whether they're going to play, whether they're going to start, like whether they have a good fixture or not, whether they are in good form or not. You didn't care about any of that at all. You just put in whoever, and it took you a minute to do. And then every week you were winning cash rewards, right? Every week, pretty much, like 9 times out of 10. If you were doing that every week and it was paying off for you, then you wouldn't really have an incentive to spend more time to do it right. And thankfully, Sorare is not like that, because Sorare does reward you for taking the time to look at this fixture, for example, and think, okay, does George Cox really have a good fixture here? Is he going to start? How has he been doing recently? How does he do against his opponent? Does this opponent have a bit of a weakness against a left back like George Cox? So when you take the time on Sorare, it usually pays off. In fact, it often pays off for you. When you take no time on Pooky, it pays off for you. So, so this is the almost one of the dilemmas that they've got, is that the game's very accessible for everyone, but it's probably a little bit too accessible and almost too easy to play. And so they just need to almost rebalance it. And I think this is what they're saying here, that they just want to try and rebalance it so that there is a little bit more of an incentive to play it the way that the game was probably intended to be played, to reward that skill and knowledge. So they're just trying to, get the balance back again. Hey, FTS, before you can progress with one player, as you could join semi-pro with the update, you will need 5 at least to enter any competition. How many reward boxes will that take to achieve? Rivals really is a backward step for free-to-play, thinks J-Boy Gaming. I think the Rivals can be a very good free-to-play tool for Sorare, but it's just not it at the moment. It is quite attractive for free-to-play because you can just get in, you can start playing, with no money at all, and maybe you can have a little bit of fun. But I think often a lot of free-to-play players, they want to, they obviously want to have a chance to win something. And I think at the moment it's just a little bit difficult for them to win the things that they need to win. So almost what Sorare need to do is they need to have a system where you win cards, or you have a better chance of winning cards the further up you rank. Okay, so they need to have rank rewards. I think until they have rank rewards, I don't think that the game will really grow, if I'm honest with you. If I have to bet on something, I would do a global competition split in rivals rank and with very few card and market credits in the prize pool. It's not a bad idea from Fafera. There. Hello to you as well, man. Do you know why I received just only 15 euros? Isn't it a fixed amount for everyone? Or am I wrong? Because I thought I can have 200 as you did. Do you mean for the Stark tokens? I'm guessing you mean for the Stark tokens, no? Yeah. I think what Twitch Gaming said is probably correct. You need to have a certain amount of market interactions. But to be honest with you, I thought that everybody who was able to claim the tokens had done a minimum of 8. So I don't think you can, I don't think, I thought it was, personally for me, I thought it was fixed at 111.1 for everyone. Because if you had, say, 7 or 6, you wouldn't qualify. You needed to have a minimum of 8. So that's what I thought. Yeah, that it should be fixed. It's not, it's not dependent on how many you've done, even though it is, but everyone who qualifies for it has done a minimum of 8, and then they then get all the same amount of 111.1. That's my understanding of it. Yeah, that's my understanding. So if you don't have 111.1 Stark tokens, because the value is, you don't get fixated on the value because the value of the tokens is changing all the time. What you need to be fixated on is how many tokens do you actually have to claim? You should have 111.1. Okay. The price of that crypto always changes. So that's why, yeah, that's what I just said. My friend played in 2021, but only played free to play and he didn't receive anything. Yeah. I know a couple of others that were playing back in 2021 and they were just playing free to play. So yeah, they shouldn't get anything. But it kind of, they probably think to themselves, oh, damn, if only I've just interacted a few times, right? Because 8 times interaction over a course of a year is really not a lot at all. Um, so, yeah, I'm pretty happy that I got my tokens. I've already put some of my tokens into use as well because I reinvested some of it. I wasn't planning on doing it. I claimed the tokens and then I cashed them all out to my bank account. So I cashed out about 160 pounds, right? So $200. And then I had no plans to put any more money into the game for until the next 6 months or so, right? But then I saw that Eli Room, a starting European goalkeeper, who I kind of needed another goalkeeper, which you're going to see in a minute. Eli Room was £45. I was like, I didn't want to spend any more money, but how can I not pick up a starting goalkeeper for £45 for the next 3 months? Because for sure, 100%, I'll be able to win back the money that I've spent on this guy. I just need to hit 4 thresholds and I've then got the money back. And it's just, then I've got a goalkeeper. Like, it's just ridiculous. I can't believe this, actually. Absolutely unbelievable. Yeah. I never thought that we would see a starting rare European goalkeeper for this low. And I don't know whether I mean, obviously it's amazing for me and others that got involved in him and others goalkeepers that have been around this price point. I don't know whether it's the start of rare goalkeepers becoming this cheap as the norm, or whether this is just like a rare moment. But I don't think I would want to see rare goalkeepers get this cheap, if I'm honest with you, because I don't think that would be a good place for rare to be in. But yeah, incredible. I've got a goalkeeper that I can use this weekend. And of course, I picked up a couple of other players as well. So these 2 defenders here have been players that I've liked for a while. And so it just made sense that if I'm going to get Eli Room, I might as well pick these 2 up as well. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if Room gets relegated at all. It doesn't matter at all. Because he's £45 and we're going to get our money back on him before he gets relegated. So if you think about it, we win our money back before the end of the season. We've then got a card that we could potentially sell even for £5. We make a profit, right? We wouldn't sell him for £5 though, or we could just keep him. And if they get relegated, he could potentially move somewhere else. So it really doesn't matter. What what the thing here is that you have a starting goalkeeper that can help you to rewards now. Okay. And you can claim all the money back on this guy within the next 3 months easily, if you know what you're doing. And I do know what I'm doing. So, yeah. So, I think what he means, Pirek, is that Vitesse will get relegated. I don't think Eli Room will drop down at all. He's like the number one goalkeeper as well for the national team. But I think what he means is that Vitesse is going to get relegated, which they will do. But will Room go down to the second division? No, I don't think so at all. I think he'll end up going somewhere else. So I really don't. I'm not bothered at all about relegation and stuff like this. Yeah. And I think that's the point, is that if you pick up a goalkeeper for so cheap, you shouldn't be thinking about they're going to get relegated. You should be thinking about, what can they give me like now to try and earn back what you paid for them in the short amount of time. And then at the end of the season, you then make a decision on what you're going to do with them. Right. Let's crack on with some lineup building then. Okay. I've had to make a little bit of a change to my I've had to make a change to my lineup. I had Peter Musa in here, but Peter Musa does not have his visa yet. So I can't play Peter Musa. This would have been such a strong team if we could have played Peter Musa. So this is what we were... Oh, hello. So this is what we were originally thinking, because we were kind of hoping that Peter Musa would already be clear to play in the MLS, but he's not. And this would have been such a cool team. We would have had the captaincy on Musa there. This would have been a really cool team if Musa was available to play. As in, I think that this team might have even made me think about picking a target of 340. Because I think Peter Musa would have smashed it against San Jose if he was available to play. It's a shame that he's not. I think it's going to be 2 or 3 weeks from what I've read. So we might be able to, I think the time frame for him is that they are maybe expecting him to be available for the Austin game. Let's have a quick look actually when that is. Thank you also to Backy17 for the sub, man. Welcome into the channel. Okay, so the expectation is that he misses the first game, he misses the second game, and then he maybe misses these as well. And he's then available at the end of March, so the 31st of March. So he basically misses 4 games, the first 4 games. Could be a little bit sooner, it depends, but he's waiting for his paperwork. Yeah, hey man, how you doing? Appreciate that, man. Really, I do. Appreciate the sub and the support. So what we're going to do is we're not going to play him, of course, but I think I still want to play these 4 in here. I definitely want to play these 2 at the back because they have a really good fixture. Now that we have Eli Room, we could play Room in here. I really don't want to. I want to play Konyaspor at home against Hatayspor, even if it means that Jakub Slovic has an L15 of 55, which is high for Cap 240. If we took these 2 out, one of the players that I was debating whether I put in here was actually Ante Erceg. Because Ante Erceg has a home game against the worst team in the Croatian league. So he has the very real potential where he could like smash like 80, 90, 100 against this opponent. And he's much cheaper as well than Zampedri. But just thinking, well, if I don't play him, in fact, to be honest with you, okay. So initially, we put Zampedri in here because we didn't have another goalkeeper for the All-Star Rare Plus team. And so I was kind of putting Airseg in 220, but then he got moved to All-Star Rare Plus. What we could do... Interesting. I think we're a little bit short on midfielders, if I'm honest with you. Like, we have Molon. So Molon, I could play in here instead of Peter Musa, right? That's almost like the like, not the like for like, but that's the direct replacement based on the L15. But because we're quite light on midfielders, I don't really want to play Molon as the extra, because then it means that we're going to be a little bit stretched to play more teams elsewhere. Kadri I could play. I think Jamiro Montero's been doing quite well for Gaziantep. Even this score here is not bad. And he's got quite a nice bonus too. I don't want to play Zalahi in here. It's too high. L15 is 60. Grigic is suspended. Kadri, I think I might want to play, but maybe in cap 220, because at the moment I've got Zapa in cap 220, and Zapa over the last 3 games hasn't started, so I'm kind of worried that he's maybe lost his place or something. So I'm thinking that we would do still Montero. If we put Airseg in here for 43, we then have 45, which then means that we can't play Zampedri. And Zampedri's got quite a high L15 that we would need to work out where he's going to go. I'm good. How are you? I'm good too, man. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking. I'm pretty good. Isn't that how you lose money, though? I could spend £70 on Somerville now, but if Leeds get promoted, he'll be worth nothing. No, it's not. It's not how you lose money. I think it's really important, because I think a lot of managers don't really understand this, okay? Let's just quickly go back to it here. So J-Boy Gaming saying that, isn't this how you lose money, where you spend £45 on Eli Room? You can lose money, but it's very difficult for you to lose money on a goalkeeper like Eli Room, or any other type of player that you pick up that's maybe playing for a team that's battling relegation, that's probably going to be relegated, okay? This is the reason why. I've bought him for £45, which is the lowest that he's ever been, ever, on the platform, right? Far too low for a starting goalkeeper that plays every week, okay? He has another 3 months worth of games before the Eredivisie finishes. So over the next 3 months, I need to hit the threshold 4 times at the low end, getting a target of cap 270. If I do that, I win about $15, okay? $15 in pounds is about £12, give or take. So if I win £12 4 times, Eli Room has been paid for. Am I going to hit the threshold of 270 4 times over the next 3 months? Yes, I am. So then Eli Room's going to be paid for, right? So we've got the whole cost of that back. So then this card is basically is free now. It's it hasn't cost us anything, right? Then what we could do is we could then sell the card if we wanted to, and then we can make profit, right? So we've got our money back from him, and then we can sell him if we wanted to for whatever he's going for at the time, which might be £20 or £30, or it might be 45 still. You never know, right? Or we can just keep him, right? But the fact is that we're going to get our money back entirely from him, £100, 100% from him, and then we have a card where we've recouped our investment, right? That's it. So that's how you basically don't lose money, okay? If he gets injured next game, then yeah, we're going to be screwed. Of course we are. But that's the risk reward that you take here, is that can happen to anyone, can't it? Like, you can go and spend £500 on a goalkeeper. They could get injured the next game, and then you can't use them for like a year or something. And then their value is going to completely drop off a cliff. You could sign an under 23 player. They could get injured the next game, and it could be career ending. That's the risk that remains with everyone, isn't it? But the point here is that I won't lose money on this guy. I can promise you that now. Yeah, exactly. That's the risk of anyone, isn't it? Buying anyone. You don't like the new system of 240. You don't like what the fact that you have to pick a target now. I'm not a big fan of it either. Um, because yeah, I obviously preferred it when we could win more as well, but I think for the sake of the game, it's quite good that it's lower. Makes more sense now. I think the new system is quite cool though, because if there is that rare occasion where you're looking at your game week and you're thinking, no, I think my team can absolutely smash the 270, right? Then at least you've now got the opportunity to earn more than what you could have in the previous system. So I kind of like it. I think for most of the time, uh, a lot of managers are just going to be picking the low end, but there'll be a few game weeks where you might think, you know what, I could probably go a bit harder here because I reckon my team with the fixtures they've got and the form they're in, I think they can hit the middle range. And then if you do, you're going to get basically $30 more than what you would have got in the old system. So I kind of like the fact that you can get rewarded for taking a bigger risk. Yeah. I think the second target is basically not going to be achievable for most people most of the time. But that's why I say, like, every now and then, you might actually fancy it. You might feel like you've got a good chance to do it. And then if you do it, great. If you don't do it, well, fair enough. You took the risk, right? You knew it was at stake. But I quite like that the option's there to win a lot more. But you have to really know your players. That's the point. Yeah. I think I'm going to be doing the same. I'll probably go for the middle one every now and then when I feel like I have the perfect scenario for it, where like my players are just super on form and they've got great fixtures. But most of the time, I'm just going to be scraping the low end in rare. In limited, I'm always going for the middle. What if can happen anytime? I lost £100 in 29 days as whole hasn't started. Panda now under £100 when I pay 200 plus the rare changes. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. The key is that if you spot an opportunity in Sorare, you need to go for it and not think about the what if. Okay. Well, you should think about the what if of always, but the what if should be a small consideration because the what if can happen in anything, right? It's like saying I'm never gonna leave my house because what if I leave my house and I get run over by a bus? You know, like the what if's always there. The risk is always there. It's just how you manage it. You think the Cap 270 is now better for you, does it? Do you? Okay. I think a lot of people are liking the 270 more, to be fair. I've heard that a lot from a few of you guys in here. Does the ex Barca Mini Miami stack appeal to you after last night's games? Have you looked at the SO5 scores from it? I haven't. It doesn't appeal to me, no. It doesn't appeal to me now. The reason it doesn't appeal to me is because I just think it'd be too expensive. Right, what we doing? Okay, do we have a player that is 45 and below? Hmm. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do that. I think what we're going to do is we're going to put Zampedri back in, and then we're just simply going to put Molon in here, like that. And then captaincy-wise, we could do Montiero. There's a few options we could do. We could do Zampedri. I think because he's got very good AA, I want to do Montiero. This is a really good fixture for Augusto. So I think Augusto could score well, but for the moment, let's do that. I'm going to pick the low end. Okay. I want to see how that team looks in the lineup builder. Did Sorare confirm why there is no more MLS specialist? They did say that. Did they not say that in the update that they're going to be phasing that out? I mean, they said, to be fair, they'd be phasing it out towards the end of the month. I don't know whether they're really going to release that. What's the point in releasing something for a month just to phase it out? I don't know whether they would actually release it or not. Oh, would they do it when the new cards release? Okay, fair enough. It's a bit weird though to release that. I think they're phasing out, no? When do you guys reckon the new cards are going to be released as well? The new MLS cards? When does everyone think they're going to release those? I don't really understand why Sorare doesn't just sort of say this is when we're planning on releasing them. They could technically release them this afternoon out of the blue. I don't really like the way they do it. I think it'd just be better if they could give a time frame as to when to expect them. You reckon tomorrow? I actually think they could come today. I think they could honestly come today, this afternoon. Because if they released them today, then there would be like a big frenzy for people to like buy them so that they had them in their lineups for the first game week of the MLS. There's been a big, there's always been a big talking point around, well, do they have the pictures for them, right? Because with the media days, it's like, well, that's been the thing that's held Sorare back in the past from releasing the cards, the new cards for the start of the season. We haven't really had an update on that yet as to like whether they have been able to get the pictures earlier or whether they are planning on just releasing like almost placeholder cards without the pictures and then updating them. So my heart kind of thinks, well, probably that they would release them today, but then my head says, well, the media days haven't happened, so maybe they need to wait. Um, Maybe probably the media days have happened, but they just haven't received all the photos and stuff yet. No. Hello to Umba Stumba. I need a max. Yeah, so for that, there you need to do a find a player, my man. You need to activate a coupon in the chat. I think one of the reason we're talking about that there is that what's this here? Oh, we've got an offer from Arnavisco. Stand up 68, you legend. I don't know if he's here in the chat right now. If he is, then Stand up 68, thank you so much for sending across 3 cards here that we can give away to the community. Very generous from Stand up 68. I think the reason why I would like Sorare to be a little bit more forthcoming and a little bit more open about new season cards, right, when they release them, is that they've already said as part of the new format that they are going to be starting the in-season competitions for the start of the season, which then means that they need to mint the new season cards, right, almost before the start of the new season, so people have them to then play in the in-season competitions from the start of the season, right? And I think the thing that everyone wants to know is, why does it have to be a guessing game when they're going to be releasing the new mints, right?
Welcome.
Let's just
to the
have
real world.
like a time frame. So you say within the first week or the first 2 weeks of the season starting, that's when we're going to be looking to do it. But nobody really knows, and it's really frustrating that a game that's so old like this now still doesn't really have like a defined process as to the time that people can expect them. It's not very consistent. That's the thing. So I would like them to do that. Thank you also to Yankawa for the follow as well. All right. Okay. Bocat and Morales have a very good pick score. but we would go for the stack here. I'm quite interested in the midfielder. So, yeah, Monteiro has the second best pick score. His matchup's not that great, though. Yeah, and his cost efficiency is not that good either. 51 in Cap 240 is kind of high, and I'm not a huge fan of this matchup. The fact that they're going up against Istanbul, who are ninth, they're a little bit of a tricky team. But then I could look at Kadri, for example. I don't fancy Kadri away to Mechelen. I think if this was a home game, I might consider it more. But Kadri away, I don't even think that he does that great away either, no? Yeah, look, he has an an AA of 12.6, which is actually pretty good. His ceiling's pretty good. It's very difficult to have this. I think this player is great, but it's very difficult to work out with Kadri when you need to play him. And you can see why, because he is the type of player where it's so difficult to guess when he's going to do this, right? But over the last year, he's played 13 away games and he's only delivered 3 scores of 60 points or more. Yeah, I mean, I think I want to play him, but I just don't think I want to play him in Cap 240. He can do this here, which is fine, but then Monteiro can do that too. And Monteiro, he's only played 2 games for Gaziantep, but so far for Gaziantep, he's been very good. But first game, an AA of 31.8, second game, an AA of 21.5. Even this score here is great for threshold. After Pooky, my first game week ended with 70% 1x2, 60% over under, 30% exact score. It is very good, yeah. But the exact score is very high. So what you'll find is that over time, that exact score will come down a lot. But if you can maintain the over under at about 60%, that's going to be great. Your 1x2 is going to come down a lot too. Probably going to come down to around the 40% mark, maybe a little bit less than that. Depends how good you are, right? But I think largely for most people, especially if you're good at predicting, the 1x2 will be hovering between 30 to 40%. The exact score will be around the 10% mark. And then the over-under will be about 60% or 50 to 60. But if you're really good at predicting over-under, it should be probably around 60% or higher. I think one of the things I want to do, which I haven't done yet, is I would probably like to have an idea. Excuse me. I'd probably like to have an idea as to whether Zampedri can actually score here. Let's have a quick look at that. Oh, hello.
Welcome to the real world.
Thank you, Umba Stumba, for the follow as well. Do you have a Pookie ball already? Or are you just playing free to play at the moment on Pookie? Okay, 5 out of the 6 past meetings have seen over 2.5 goals in this fixture, which is what I wanted to see. Both teams have been scoring too. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to look at the past 3 meetings, and I want to hopefully see that in the past 3 meetings, Zampedri has scored. And look, I can already see, yeah, look, Zampedri has scored in every one of the last 3 games against this opponent. Look, the last time they played at home was 2-1. Zampedri scored in the first 6 minutes. He got a score of 8.3 as well. but he got a goal and an assist, which is really good. And then when they played them away, Zampedri scored in the 90th minute. Really good. And then again, almost like the season before last, when they played them at home, he scored in the 5th minute there. So he's got a good record against them from the looks of it. Is it Sam Pedri? I mean, he's the GOAT, right? So I think we will put him in still. Yeah, we'll put him in. Because again, if I don't put him in and I put Airseg in, I just don't think we have. Like, technically, we could put. Technically, we could still play Robin Molon. But then what we're going to have is we're going to have like 12 points left over. It just seems like we're not fully maximizing the cap budget we've got when we do it that way. Because I wouldn't play Advancen, I wouldn't play Philip Heisar. We could play Tapia. That's something that I was thinking about. So, no, we couldn't play Tapia with Sam Pedri. We wouldn't have the cost to do it. Because Tapia is 41. We've only got 36. So, like, if we put Airseg in, then we could play Tapia. But I don't think I want to do that. And again, playing two forwards in Threshold probably is only good if you could, like, for example, if we could play Zampedri and we could play Airseg, then we would probably do that. But in order for us to do that, we would need to find 7. So we would then probably need to play Molon in here. I don't think I just want to play Molon as the lone midfielder. And again, we've got 11 points just kind of like left over. So I think if we wanted to do this type of team, we would have to give up on the stack, where instead of doing that, we would then have to look at, say, Eli Room, because this fixture for Hervey Kofi is not good. So then we could do like Eli Room, and then we could maybe do Collins, Arcus there, and then we have 54, which allows us to play then Montero. So we could do something like that, right? Just don't think that I don't think that is a better team. It's better up front, and we still have Monteiro in there, but defensively against this opponent, we're giving up on a goalkeeper and a defender, which I think have a way better chance of keeping a clean sheet. So I don't mind playing these two. I just don't think I want to play them in my high priority team of Cap 240, just for the sake of playing Airseg and Zampedri. So I think we're not going to do that. We're going to take it back to Slovak. We're going to take it back to Ogus as well, like that. And then I think instead what we just do is we put Molon back in here. We don't even have enough to be able to put Meli Mullenstein in here. 38. We've only got 36, right? Yeah, look. So yeah, I think it would be Molon. I just want to see how that kind of scores, right? So if we find Molon, like that, and then we put the captaincy, say, on Monteiro, probably, well, not Airseg, sorry. Is he gone? Zampedri here at 61. So if we'd done a team like that, we would have a 21% chance to hit 270 based on the last 5 scores. Again, 21% there. I think we have actually a much higher chance than 21%. Hello to FBL Thinker. How's it going, man? How did your Cap 240 go this game week? You mean in the midweek? Game week, Rude? Or do you mean like the last game week? Both. At the moment, my midweek lineups are looking like this at the moment. There we go. So cap 220, we hit 314.89 points. So this should be, in theory, enough for a card, but probably a tier 5, maybe a tier 4, but probably a tier 5. Look at that. We captained the right player here. We were brave enough to captain Ogben against Liverpool, and it really paid off. And then our cap 240 for the midweek was a bit of a throwaway punty team. So I thought that Pereira could do really well. He did. I was hoping that Laurent could get a goal, but he didn't. And I think these two are probably not going to play. So this is probably not going to hit the threshold. I mean, we're 151 points away. So even if even if these two did play, would need like a mammoth score from them, and I can't see it happening. So I think this is probably done. Then Cap 240 limited. This is how we done. Yeah. When Luton get hammered, you know it's going to be a difficult chance for you to then hit the threshold. And yeah. So there you go. How are you getting on? Not good. Each day I see rare values fall, no card sale. You know, all rare things. The things that we're used to. The things we're used to on Sorare. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Rude. Yeah. We knew that it was probably not going to do anything against Liverpool. We were just almost trying to play an upset, hoping that there could be some kind of crazy upset. If there was, then we would have done amazing. But yeah, we knew it was always going to be a long shot. So I think, yeah, the rare team for this weekend, I think we're going to be doing that. So a quick look here. Game with 4-5-3. I'm expecting Molon to be in the lineup again. To be honest, I now don't put that much effort and investment. But you've got a lot more of your investment and time and effort into Ultimate Champions now, don't you, FBL Thinker? So it's almost like you've shifted, which is probably a good thing. Yeah, Molon at 70%. I'd expect him to keep his place, though, now that he's kind of fit. Difficult game, not that easy for them. But Herenveen have also been a little bit shaky defensively. You're excited to have Zampedri and the GOAT McMath back. I think you mean the GOAT Zampedri and then just McMath. I think you put the GOAT in the wrong position there. I'm excited too. Yeah. I've been looking. I can't believe, actually, I mentioned it before. Maybe you're the same here, FBL Thinker, but look at Zampedri. I bought him for £35 and that was cheap about a month ago, as in like, I think I was lucky to get Zampedri, I felt, for £35. And then a few days back, he was selling for £14. Like, why? Can anyone tell me why? Like, can anybody here in the chat explain to me why such a good scoring forward like this here dropped to so low? Because I understand that he would have, like with the most of the cards, right, that are now falling into contender and challenger, there seems to be like a panic sell or a movement to sell them so that then managers can move more to the champion tier. Why did he fall so low? I mean, it's so good. It's so good for, look, Basilbot bought him for 15. Is this, and then this guy here, Max Damage, bought him for 15 as well. This is such a steal. This one in particular. This is honestly such a steal to get this type of forward for £15. Unbelievable. I mean, as I say, I thought that I got a very good deal for him at £35. I actually wanted to get him for less than 30. So I was a little bit disappointed that I couldn't get him under 30, but it was an auction. And so there was a bit of demand for him, which pushed it up to 35. But his season hasn't even started. Look, his season is just about to start. So the run up to his season, he's dropped from 35 down to 15. And it's like, It's one of the best forwards you can get in the game, in my opinion, for this price range, right? For under £50. Which is absolutely incredible. Nuts, really. Yeah, on paper, this is a good matchup, but knowing Heronveen, they'll choke. Yeah. Yeah, stars will be stars, yeah. Yeah. All my rares have dropped like hell. Of course, they were for Threshold, but now I lost so much on them. I'm not sure if I want to even put down 50 for a rare goalkeeper to try Threshold while I still can, or just stay in limited for now. I think if you see a starting rare goalkeeper for €50 or less, then you have to make the call yourself, right? But I would say that it's probably worth doing. Yeah, because you should be able to recoup that cost back quite easily from then 4 thresholds, depending on the team that you put that goalkeeper in, or if you have other teams that can win you threshold. And then you just used what you win from that to then say that's paid for the cost of the player. But getting a rare goalkeeper, a starting rare goalkeeper, I can't believe it. Starting rare goalkeeper for 45, £50 or €50 is absolutely insane. I never ever thought that we would be talking about that on the channel. Never. So anyways, let's go back here. This is going to be the team for Cap 240. The next priority has to be All-Star Rare. Okay. Now, when I put this team together, I didn't have Eli Room. I don't like this fixture for Charleroi going up against Genk, even though they're at home. What I need to do here is I need to figure out whether I play Hervey Kofi or Eli Room. Oh, you're not confident in your outfield players, though. Fair enough. Yeah, maybe don't buy that goalkeeper then if you're not confident with your outfielders. Too bad I can't predict in MLS in Pooky this game because you have 147 energy. Oh no, just short by 3. Do you have any plans, FBL Thinker, to get any more Pooky balls at all? Or do you have any plans to ascend your Pooky balls? And if you do, are you close to ascending? Because it almost sounds like you need to ascend 2 Pooky balls or just get an additional Pooky ball. But I guess also they're making some changes soon too, which might make it a little bit easier, energy-wise anyway. On Pookie, do I have always to level up on the rookie ball? Well, you should try and level up on the rookie ball, but I think a lot of players on Pookie, they don't go too hard on the rookie ball. But if you're just playing free to play, then yeah, like, level up the rookie ball as much as you can. You want to ascend, but you're not closer. I'm holding off for the changes. Yeah, I think it's probably quite smart, FBL. I think we'll probably see the changes within the next month. I don't have any information on that. I'm just going based off what I know from the team and how much they've been working on things that I would probably expect there to be some changes within the month. So it's quite smart just to hold off because, as you know, you almost don't want to make changes in any game until the changes then happen. You don't want to make them before the changes happen, right? Within a month. No, probably not within this month, but within a month. Yeah. Sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Hello to Arthur. Free Tip Scout, good afternoon. How long will new Argentina cards last in the in-season before they release the new season cards? So you mean the current season cards, how long are they going to be in season? They're going to be in season until the new cards are released. Now, we don't know when the new cards are being released. That's the problem for Argentina. They should technically have been released now because the season has already started. And so based on what Sorare have communicated, is that they're going to be releasing the in-season cards, the new mints, right? When a new season starts, but they haven't done it for Argentina yet. They haven't done it for the MLS either. So I'm pretty sure we'll be getting a load of new mints for those soon. Yeah. And this is also, I think, a frustrating thing for managers is that they have communicated to say that new cards become in-season cards and they will plan to release them for the starts of the new seasons. But we're seeing a little bit of a inconsistent message here where then also we've got Argentina that's already technically in its season and we haven't. I mean, maybe what they're going to do, maybe that's what they're going to do. Hold on. Because Argentina, let's go back to Argentina here. Let's go to the let's go to this here. Yeah, because the league itself, right? The Argentinian league stage technically doesn't start until the 10th of May. Now, at the moment, they're kind of doing this copper league system. So if we go on Argentina's juniors, for example, this is still covered in Sorare, but it's technically not like the league. It's like almost it's a weird kind of stage. They break it up into two. But maybe that's their plan. Is that in May they will release the new season cards for Argentina to coincide with the start of the Liga. Maybe that's what they'll do. It'd be nice if they communicate it though, no? We shouldn't have to guess this sort of thing. Yeah, so they are. So, Graham, you're technically correct, but because we haven't got the new season cards, then like we're almost referring to the current season cards as still new season, even though technically they are classic. But we are waiting for the new season cards to be released, right? And then those current season cards are then technically classic cards. Because Sorare basically said that when the new season starts, these current season cards are classic, right? But technically they're still kind of like new season because or in season because we haven't seen the new season cards yet. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I think that's the problem is that it's very probably confusing for a lot of managers that the the cards that are technically current season are not kind of considered in season, even though they've still got the bonus because the new season cards haven't been minted yet, but they're still considered they can now consider classic. Whereas actually the season's already started. So like where's the new mints, right? So that then it's very easy for people to say, okay, these are old cards now. These are classic cards because the new season's already started and these are the new mint cards, right? Everyone's just waiting for the new mints and nobody really knows when they're coming. And this is what I have been saying for a while. I just think that Sorare's always saying they want to be transparent. And I think, for a large part they are. But wouldn't it just make things a lot easier for everyone to be on the same page if they said that this is when we're planning on releasing the Argentina cards? They give a rough time frame, but they don't. And it's just a guessing game where nobody really knows when they're coming. Same for the MLS, right? Nobody really knows when they're coming. Are they coming today? They're coming tomorrow? They're coming in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks? When are they coming? Right. What we were doing was we were looking at this fixture here, which we know is probably going to be quite horrible for Charleroi. Yeah. And they are going to concede. The question here is, are they going to concede 3 goals or more? Which is what I'm worried about. Because when they go up against a big team, like look, Antwerp, Bruges, then they've also got Anderlecht, they tend to concede 3 goals or more. And we know that Genk have the potential and they've got the players where they can score 3 goals or more. Oh my God, look at the previous results in this fixture. Genk beat them 4-1. They scored 2 goals in the last time they met them away from home. They scored 3 here. They scored 2. They scored 4. They had a rare loss here where they didn't score at all. Then they scored 2. They scored 2. Not good. Game week games. We look at game week 4, 5, 3. We look at the matchups here. I'm not expecting Genk to place really high. Yeah, they're not super high, but they're probably going to have quite a, here we go, probably quite a high percentage for 3 goals scored. It's at 29%. Okay, Genk. This is quite an important decision for me because I think if I get this one wrong around which goalkeeper I put in here, I think it can massively affect whether we win a reward or not. Let's take all these out as well. I'm not sure I'm going to do this team, but let's just focus on the goalkeeper for now. Because I really don't like this fixture. I don't think that Kofi or Eli Room are going to keep a clean sheet. So it's really just a case of trying to avoid a negative decisive here. And I think we've maybe got a better chance of avoiding that with the Eli Room game. But I don't think I'm going to know that until I look into it a bit more, which is what we're doing now. Okay. Over 2.5 goals in 57% high over the last 23 matches. And then Charleroi have only kept a clean sheet in 15% of their home games, which is dreadful. They've conceded an average of 1.69 and they have an XGA of 1.41. Genk have an XG of 1.75. They're scoring 1.62. Okay, so what I almost need to see here is that away from home, Genk have scored 3 goals in only 23% of their away games. But look at that. Charleroi have conceded 3 goals or more in 31%, so nearly 1 in 3. That worries me. That does worry me. And then, of course, the head-to-head between them previously has seen that they have been conceding 3 goals quite regularly. Look, Ghent scored 3 against them. Don't think we do it. I'm really hoping that we look at this here and we can see that there's better hope for Vitesse to not concede 3. I don't know whether we're going to get that though. How many goals are Excelsior scoring at the moment? Okay, they're in really bad form. They've lost their last 3, and then before that, They only won 2. So they've only won 2 over the last 10. They've only scored 16 in 11 games, and they've drawn 6 of them. We know that Vitesse have been pretty poor away all season. Aside from this game here, they've been struggling. Troy Parrott has 7 goals for the season, 5 here, 4, 3, 3. Okay. Yeah, I think this is probably going to be what we have to look at. Yeah, they've only smashed Heronveen, haven't they? Which I think was surprising. I was really surprised that they even smashed them in that game. I remember that because that game I still had Luke Browers, and I was expecting Luke Browers to do really well. Yeah, look at the strike force here. Look at the amount of goals that they're able to get. I mean, to be fair, Paintsil has gone, so they're going to be losing him now. Wow. The last 2 times these teams met, it ended up being 0-0. Then 3-1, 1-0. I think we need to do it. Now that we've got the option of an Eli Room, I think we need to do it. Where we put Eli Room in here. And then we maybe stack him with someone like a Carlins Arcus here. I think that's what we need to do. Oh, this ad's annoying. Okay, close that. Okay, no predictions there. That's fine. This is still quite a good team. So one of the things I'm thinking is that if we're going to go with Eli Room and Arkans, we might as well try and maybe get the full stack out where we then put Melly Mullenstein in here too. But the thing with that is that Melly Mullenstein has an L15 of 38, which makes him very good to play in Cap 220. So I don't know whether we really need to do that or not. If we go and have a look at it, not rivals actually, Cap 220. Look at our Cap 220 rare. At the moment, yeah, it is quite annoying, isn't it, Calfoot, with the ads? Yeah. They're quite aggressive. Should have listened to your tips on my rare America lineup. Would probably have won. It's that third now, but my goalkeeper let me down. Oh. But you, who did you put in goal then? Because we said to put Joe Willis in goal, no? Oh, no. Or what we think? Yeah, I thought we said Joe Willis, no? Or is that for the different team? So why did you not put Joe Willis in? Wistomania. Because the other player that you had a horrible fixture. You put Willis in your Messi lineup. Okay. So who's in goal then? Who's the goalie that let you down in your America lineup? McMath. Oh, of course. Damn. Yeah. It was also a way to Inter Miami, which was just never going to work out well for him. I'm sorry that hasn't paid off for you. I'm just surprised that you didn't put Joe Willis in there. I mean, third is still very good though. You're sat third now, so if you can keep that, that would be incredible. But yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? Where hindsight's a bit of a bitch, really, isn't it? Okay. I don't think I want to do Zaper here because I think that Zaper's not going to play. He's not going to start, I think. Um, do we have the Croatian? We do. Oh my God. Is he out for the season? Is he? But he played in the last game. Did he come off in the last game? He came on in the last game, though. He came on for 16 minutes in the last game. They said he's out for the season. Wow. Okay. Ah, okay. He'll have to undergo a surgery after getting injured on Saturday against Rudesh. The club have said that the season is over for him and that he faces a long recovery. Oh, that's brutal. And then look, yeah, the Balkan Scout says this season is over for Michal Zaper. Ah, that's a shame. He was their big signing in the summer. Oh, dear. Thank you for letting me know about that, Rude. Okay, so this is probably another reason why we need another midfielder here. It's probably another reason why we need. Yeah. This is really tricky because I don't have enough low cost midfielders. Like the perfect one here would be Molon, but the reality is that we need Molon for Cap 240. This is honestly, this is probably one of the hardest game weeks I've had to build for now because I want to try and compete on three fronts, but it's trying to find the right balance that gives us the strength to compete on three fronts. And the three fronts I'm talking about, Cap 240, Cap 220, All-Star Rare, and then even potentially All-Star Rare Plus, actually. So maybe four fronts is what's making it difficult. Cap 220, and then this one here. Okay. Hold on a minute. This is how we can solve that. We do the Cap 220 first of all. So we need to play Patrick Zubsuk here. Yeah. Well, technically we could play Tascaran, but I think Zubsuk with a home game, I prefer Zubsuk over Tascaran. So he's 46, right? And then we basically need to find like a really low cost defender. So Luka Huge Bar would technically be quite good here. The problem is I just don't think he's going to play. I don't think he's going to start. Tony Cruz announced he's back for the German national team and steps out of his retirement. Wow. Just in time for the Euros. Yeah, and then Huge was going to be 30%. A very good fixture for Huge Bar, but I don't trust that he's going to start. Which is a shame because he has that L15 to 24, which is brilliant. Baptiste Rouge is not starting. Kevin Kraus did, well, he scored 31. Kevin Kraus. He's got a difficult game though, Kraus, no? He played the full 90 minutes here. He's got a home game against Karlsruhe, which is not great. Push comes to shove, we could play him, but I don't think I want to play him at the moment. I would prefer to play someone like Melly Willenstein here, who looks like he's realistically our lowest cost starting defender, L15 defender, that has a relatively okay fixture too. So yeah, I think Willenstein has to stay in here. Yeah, I think what I'm probably going to do is maybe think about Airseg in this team, because at the moment we've got in here, don't even know who we've got in here, but Airseg in this team would be quite good because he's got that low L15 and he's got the great fixture. So I think we have Tapia in here, don't we, at 41? So maybe what we could do is we could put Airseg in here for 43. And then potentially what we could do as well is we could then put Tapia at 41 as the extra. And then we have exactly 52. Oh my God. So then what that means is that we could play Kadri in here. So I think we've just solved this one. Because Kadri at the moment is an all-star rare plus, and we can't play Grigic in here because he's suspended. We needed a replacement for Zappa, and I think we've now got it. So now we can put Kadri in here. Wow. And then what we could do is we could put the captaincy on Airseg here because I think he has a very good chance of scoring a couple of goals against Rudesh. You think he'll be your missing forward as well, Airseg? Yeah. The fact he's only 43 is brilliant because he really does have that fixture that is the one to target. A home game against the worst team in the Croatian league that concede like 3 or 4 goals every game. I think this is our 220, isn't it? Yeah, they're not even. You're right. They're not even. I think they've. I think they've pretty much been relegated after like the first 5 games. No, they've been so bad. Have they only won one game? Or have they even won a game? They haven't even won a game. I thought they might have won one. Look at that. They're so down already. They've only got 4 points. I mean, shocking. Absolutely shocking. They haven't even won a game. I mean, technically, Istra, they probably don't need to go too hard here because it's unlikely that Rudesh are actually going to survive the relegate. I think they're down already, no? I think they're down. I'd be surprised if they weren't mathematically down by now. But Istra should be able to smash them. What was the score the last time they played them? Wasn't it that kind of like that crazy score, like 5-4 or something? Oh, it was 4-0. Istra beat them 4-0. Look, Airseg got 2 goals as well. He got a score of 9.4. So Airseg's best score, I think, this season came against his opponent. This one here. 96. Wow. If we could get another score like that, that'd be amazing. 2 goals, 1 assist. That'd be brilliant. So, okay, I think our Cap 220 is done. That's actually pretty good. For a 220, that's pretty good. I don't know whether Tapia is actually going to start or not. I wonder if there's no projections for this at the moment, but I think we would put him in anyway. I think this is going to be his breakthrough season for Tapia. Yeah, looks too easy to pick. 100% not going to score. It's probably going to be the case, isn't it? On paper, this just looks like too good. This looks like a dream fixture. We're going to go all on Airseg, and then he's going to get sent off, or he's going to blank. They're going to score like 5 goals, and Airseg's not going to have a hand in any of them. It's going to be something like that, isn't it? I had a question, FTS. Will there only be weekly in seasons for every single league of the ones in Champ? So at the moment, from the announcement, yes, that's what it looks like. So there's going to be, like a Premier League, a La Liga, a Bundesliga. I don't think there'll be a League One at the moment because they don't actually have the full license for League One. So probably they'll do it for the leagues that are fully licensed, right? Which are the Bundesliga, the Bundesliga, the Serie A. Not Serie A. The Serie A is not even fully licensed, sorry. The Bundesliga, the Premier League, and La Liga. Those are like the fully licensed 3 champ leagues, okay? So probably those 3. I would like it if Sorare in the future would think about doing in-season competitions outside of Champ too. I really would. I think that'd be so exciting to do something like a J League in season. I think that'd be really good. Especially an MLS one as well. But that's just me hopefully thinking that in the future we'll see it. Okay, so now that we've done our Cap 220, now we've done that. Our Cap 240 remains the same, so that is untouched as well. I'm really tempted to put the captaincy on Zampedri. I might switch it. The kind of the issue with Zampedri is that, well, the issue with any forward is that if you captain them, you're most of the time only captaining a player that will give you a score of 60. You really want to be trying to captain someone that has the potential for an 80, 90, 100, which is the thing that's kind of put me off captaining Zampedri. I am tempted to put the captaincy on Ogoose in our 240, but Ahmed Ogoose can hit a big score. He can really hit a big score. Just you never know when he's going to do it. And so a lot of his scores can be, like his range is too varied. I think at home he's a lot better though, no? Yeah, at home he's a little bit better. But still, he's just not scoring enough in this range, I think, for me to give him the captaincy. Like, with peace of mind, He's played 54 games and he has scored 70 points or more in 8 of those. It's a bit too low. Hello to Connor. What threshold would you go for with Mablau, Sviatchenko, Arthur, Cordoba, and Fornells? That's actually quite strong. Who do Houston have at home? This for their opening game. Do they have a home game? I'm assuming they have a home game. I don't know if they do though. They have Kansas at home. Or honestly, I would just do it as 270. Opening game of the MLS for Houston. Don't know what to expect with MLS teams, and usually they're a little bit there's some crazy scores in the opening game, so I would just do 270, man, in rare. I'm assuming you're talking about a rare team here, right? I think if we're talking about a team in limited, then go 340. But I think in rare, stick with the 270 there. That's what I would do anyway. Right. We are definitely short of midfielders here, because if I put, I don't understand really how we're short, because we had quite a lot of midfielders as well. If I put Lyndon Zalahi in here, which we can do for All-Star Rare because there's no cap, right? If we put him in, it then means that we then do probably Ivan Smolcic here, just to kind of keep the stack in place, right? Then Augustine Biaki would then be our forward in All-Star, and we would captain him as well. I think that's what we're going to do, no? Then we have Garces, who can maybe compete for us in All-Star Rare Plus, and then we've got Pappy as well. We've got Branco Amperero. Okay. Which means probably we've got, look, Hossia, we've got Bocat. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I think that's what we do then. So we do that there for All-Star Rare. So we have this almost like this double stack team split by Biaki. And then All-Star Rare Plus, we go into it. Okay. Now we put Hervey Kofi in. Then I think we also put Bocat in here. We don't have Leonardo Morales, though. Well, we could do Bocat and Morales in here. So Bocat. The problem is we just don't have another midfielder. Do I need to go and buy a midfielder? I really didn't want to. Thank you to David for the sub, for the 8 months of support. You legend. Thank you so much, man. And welcome back into the channel. We are actually short of a midfielder. Because I think Randall Leal is probably not going to play. I think he might even be injured, Randall Leal. Yeah, look, there's no mention of Randall Leal here. Is he injured? Yeah, look, he's injured. Randall Leal is injured. I can't believe that we're probably going to have to look at getting a midfielder in. We've got Pedro Santos, but I don't think he's actually going to play. Nagasaka's not going to play. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. So Santos is at 40%. Right. Because ordinarily we could just maybe play Zaper, but we're actually short of a midfielder. Let's do the rest of the team here, and then I probably need to go out and buy a midfielder, like a real cheap one. So up front here, I think what we're going to do is we're going to play Carlos Garces in there. And then the extra here needs to be, I think, Leonardo Morales, doesn't it? Could play Pappy, we could play Branco, but we could play Cosio as well. I'm going to persevere with Leonardo Morales because at any point he can just hit a mad score. Yeah, Musa's not going to be ready because Musa doesn't have his visa yet. We had him originally, didn't we? But whenever you're a European player and you move over to the MLS, it takes a long time for your visa. I was kind of hoping that they had already got the process going and that he would be ready for the start of the season, but he's not going to be. He's probably going to miss like the first four games for Dallas, so he'll probably be ready at the end of March. So yeah, if he was ready, then we could just easily put him into our Cap 240 team, and then we would have Molon to then probably go in this team here, but we don't. So yeah, and unfortunately we can't play Grigic because Grigic got a red card in the last game. So that's why ordinarily we could play Grigic or we could play Zapa, but Grigic is suspended, Zapa is injured, Randall Leal's injured, Santos is probably not going to start. So technically we could put him in just to get some points here, but it seems like a shame to put in a sub player when we probably need an additional player anyway. These guys are not going to play for the time being. Okay. Alonso joins Bayern from Leverkusen. What do you mean? No way. No. Alonso's not going to join Bayern, has he? What do you mean? Surely not. What? You're kidding me. Like, not immediately, no? Like, after the season's ended. Like, after the season's ended, surely. Because why would you go and join them now when you're leading the league, no? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Tuchel's going after the season. So, okay, so he has, well, no. that that always gets me, that one. That's the slow sports news. But yeah, if he was going to join at the end of the season, then sure, because that's when Tuchel's going. I think Liverpool fans, of course, would be like disappointed, but he's also joining an absolute monster of a club, Bayern. The fake news got me. Did you read this one, FBL Thinker? Because this is actually kind of a parody account, isn't it? And this account looks so much like Sky Sports News that everyone thinks that it's real, especially because they use the same graphics and everything as well, right? Yeah. This always gets people. And then look, they even have the Sky Sports link in there, which is a link to when Xavi Alonso joined them as a player. So it looks like, oh wow, he has joined because there's the official link and everything. But yeah, look, everyone loves it. Look. Yeah, you scared me there. You worried me there for a minute. Yeah, because I thought to myself, no way, surely he's going to take a bit more time. I think it'd be a great opportunity for him to go back to Liverpool. Yeah. Anyways, it's fake news. Yeah. Scumbag site. Right. Let's think about bringing in a new midfielder here. Let's do that now. I really don't want to spend a lot. At the moment, I did make a deposit recently. I didn't really want to make another one. I've got £10.15, but I almost need to have £10 in there to do a show me the money so that I can buy one of you guys a £10 card. So let's have a little look here to see who's really cheap for the next game week. Game week 453, midfielder. To be honest with you, I think I would prefer at this stage of the season to be focusing on America. I don't have any Asia players, so I could look at them too, but if I don't have any Asia players, it's going to seem a little bit weird. I then have an Asia player. They're not really going to fit. I'm not really interested in look, I've got this guy here, but this is like bought more out of nostalgia because this was one of the first cards I ever bought when I joined Sorare, and I just noticed the other day or so that he was like £2. Did we just get this guy? I think we did, no, from Setup 68, yeah, today. So yeah, I think I wouldn't mind picking up an American midfielder. Not really another European. We don't need another European. Is there an American midfielder? There is an American midfielder that I want to get anyway, but he doesn't have a game. This doesn't have a game this weekend. Oh shit, we just reloaded that. Okay. Who's available for about £10 right now? 122. Carlos Beltran's in there. I think ideally what I want to do as well is I want to try and pick up a player that is not covered, as in he's covered, but he's playing for a club that's not licensed by Sorare, because then I don't have to worry about them minting new cards, right? Because then technically that card will be the in-season. Gaston Jimenez, no, I don't want to look at MLS actually. This is where I feel like having an exclude option would be great because I don't want to look at MLS players at all. Especially the fact that in a couple of days, or maybe even today, the MLS are going to be, the new cards are going to be released. Marcelino Moreno is a good player. I like him a lot. I like this guy. He's not been doing that great since he joined Lanús, but I do like him as a player. Pablo de Blasis. How much is he? No way. Yeah, too expensive. He's only 36. He's 36, this guy. God, he doesn't look 36, to be honest with you. He's quite young. Doing very well. It's a good shout from you. I don't want to be spending £20 in the market. I don't even really want to be spending £10. If anything, I just want to spend a fiver. So I just want to try and get someone for as cheap as I can. Let's sort this actually by the floor and do ascending. So there's our Pedro Santos, who we've already got. Then we've got Diego Chara, who's very cheap, but he's an MLS player. So again, new season cards are going to be minted off him. I want to try and avoid buying an old season card of a player that is about to start his new season, and Sorare are about to start minting cards for him. Saldivar's in here. He's doing well at the moment. Much better. He's not really a proper starter. He's got a horrible fixture as well against Tigres. That is not the one at all. Matias Miranda is a sub-type player. I got Ojeda. He's playing for the same team as Patrick Zubsuk. But look, he's not starting. Not good. Okay, we have Derek Etienne Jr. Carlos Guerrero. Again, MLS, we want to try and avoid it. There's Randall Leal. I really don't mind Carlos Beltran. And Carlos Beltran is also playing for a team that is not licensed in the game. He's got some good high end, this guy, but he's playing for he's playing for Universidad Chile. Okay. Not the greatest team, really. He is young, though, at 26, which is why I was thinking about him. Alan Cervantes, yeah. I used to own Alan. Got Brahim Elman in here. Doesn't have a game. Why does it show me guys that don't have a game? Has a game in game week 453. Why is Ailman coming up then if he doesn't have a game? Why are these guys coming up? We don't need game week 454. We need game week 453. Has a game in game week 453. How many have we got? How many results have we got here now? 122 still. Okay, now it's showing. Look at that. How weird was that? That Elman was coming up with having no game. We had to kind of like refresh it back in. Thought it was a bit weird because, like, well, Elman surely has a game because he's playing the Argentinian league. They have games this weekend. So why is it saying he doesn't have a game? Bizarre, but it's fixed it now. Free to Scout, I have a question. Let's say I bought a player for 0.001 ETH 6 months back when its value was €1. Now I sell for 0.008, which is €2. It is profit in terms of fiat, but not Ether. So if I don't cash out Ether and Ether falls, is it profit then? I'm confused how to look at this. So yeah, if you sell it now, you make the profit in fiat, right? But not in ETH. But then if you keep your Ether and then the value of Ether increases, then you'll be better off, yeah. But that's if the value of ETH increases. Hmm. Decisions. Hello to Lima as well. How you doing, man? Yeah, he got a red card in the last game, didn't he? I might have been interested in him because it's it's Brahim Elman. He's great, but doesn't help us for this weekend. God, Carlos Beltran has got off to a bit of a shocking start at his new club. Really bad. Enzo Perez is great, but I think I want to try and pick up a player that's a little bit younger. Wow. I was benched in the last game. It's only 12 rares, this guy. Quite a decent position to be in. Quite a scarce type of player. What am I scouting for? I'm looking for a midfielder that we can bring in because we're a little bit short of a midfielder for this team here. We have a lot of other midfielders, but we can't use them this week because of injury or suspension. So just thinking, who can we bring in on the cheap that will just give us an extra option, not just for this weekend, but just in general? And I think the player that I'm looking at the moment is Marcelino Moreno. What I might do as well, I think we will do it, is we will put this up to about 15, 16 pounds there to see what other options come up. Okay, we get a hell of a lot more options, which is good. We don't want to look at MLS players with Sorare about to start minting new cards for them. I want to basically pick a player that doesn't have much cards in supply too. Because if we can do that, then we can protect ourselves a little bit more against the falling prices of cards. No, no. Also Montoya, no. Didn't look at this guy, but I don't think he's going to be right. I don't think he's starting enough. Yeah, he's starting more now, which is good for him. I just don't think he's going to be able to keep that place if he's not really been able to do it for a while. He's always been a bit of an impact player. You know a good midfielder that would fit your Gary, but think he's a bit over the budget? Do tell me then. I'm always happy to check out your suggestions, guys, in the chat. He's got a good fixture, hasn't he? Florentin. Somebody else just mentioned him. Yeah, he got mentioned earlier. Yeah, Pablo de Blasis, the GOAT for Gymnasia. Yeah, it's a good shout. It is over the budget. Yeah, I think if I wasn't so fixated on trying to get somebody for as low as we could, then I might look at him. It's a good shout though, man. Who have we got further down here? Okay, Marcelo Diaz is there, 37. Robin Lod, Durkin, Parks, no. Jesus Garza, quite like Garza, but again, Dorian I like as well. Yeah, Santiago Sosa's the old guy, isn't he? He's like actually really good. Is he not? Is he not the old guy? This is a shout from Graham. This guy's actually pretty good. I remember him now. I was thinking about somebody else. Yeah. So he has what? Not a bad shout, really. His next game is pretty horrible, though. Look. Away. Independiente. I might come back to him. Thank you for the suggestion, Graham. We've got Martin Perez. Okay. So Martin Perez is good. This guy is pretty useful. He was in the past, anyway. He was very good. A bit too expensive. I don't think I'd pay £14 for him. I like this guy a lot, but he doesn't start enough. Oh, we've got Cesar Pinares here. Okay. That could work. Cesar Pinares could work. There's Sosa, who was just mentioned to us from Graham. Because what this would also do is that if we had Pinares, we could then, every now and then, we could play a Pinares, Zampedri, and Tapia kind of stack, an attacking stack. So we might have found the winner here of Pinares if we can't spot anyone else. It's a little bit more than what I want to spend, if I'm honest with you, but it would give us more stack potential too. And Cesar Pinares is good. He's cheaper than a bag of Doritos. I think pretty much every card on Sorare is cheaper than a bag of Doritos now, no? And then there's Moreno. Okay. Yeah, I think we look at Cesar Pinares here. He's a good player. He's a little bit of a hothead as well. Every now and then he gets into trouble, but he's got some really good high end to him. The Doritos price is not tied to Ether. And Doritos are Doritos are not minting like 1 million a day. Well, probably they are. They're probably minting more than that, but there's enough demand for them. That's the point. There's enough demand for the Doritos. Yeah, because we've already got 2 players from that team as well, so it would kind of make sense that we've got Zampedri, we have Tapia as well. So it would kind of just give us the option for the season where we could run a bit of an aggressive stack with them. Our Tapia is here, look. I don't think we've got, we haven't really got projections at the moment, but he done so well, I think, Pinares last season. I'd be surprised if they don't continue with him. Like, this was his performance last season. He played 21, he started in 18, he scored 2 goals, he had 5 assists. It's pretty good. You got a goal in the friendly as well. I think we're going to go with it. This is the player that kind of makes sense to me. Yeah, we're going to go with it, I think. So let's find him. Going to need to put some money in the game as well, I think. Unless we can trade. I wonder if we can trade a few cards. This is actually a really good card. Look, it's got a level 19 bonus. Wow. Oh, okay, but these are the only guys that are accepting cash. Let's see if we can get this done. I want to try and get rid of some limiteds, actually, if I can. The problem that I've got is I don't really have a load of limiteds to really bring the cost down. Okay. This Ollie Theater card I could swap out. I mean, I love Ollie Theater. So technically I don't want to, but we probably should look at that, given that he's one of our more expensive limited cards that doesn't really fit. So Ollie Theater. I'm going to keep Quinn Sullivan and Addis Yasic as well. I want to keep Estrada. Look at how trash limited is now. Could probably swap out Gimba too. Yeah, let's try and do this, right? So, okay. So if we type in Gimba, right, let's try and get rid of him. And then Oli, we go. And then Yildirim probably as well. Like that. I'm going to keep Bothheim. Bothheim unfortunately moved to Malmo, so he's not covered anymore. Do I keep him? Let's throw him in, actually, Bothheim. I do like Bothheim, but I can probably get him in the future again. Who else we got here? Sieben Handel can probably be thrown in as well. Just basically just trying to get the cost down as much as we can, if we can. Let's do that. Let's throw in Mehmet and Fukumore as well. Mehmet, Fukumore. And then let's throw in some money as well. From the cash wallet, let's throw in like, say, I don't know, £3, whatever. Is the competition to target still 240 for limited, or has it changed now with the update? Have you not read the update? I'd advise you to read the update, man. Let's see what offer we get here. Well, hopefully we get an offer. I think somebody tagged me in a tweet earlier to say that he wondered whether Basilbot was down or not. No, I think we do have one, right? Yeah, we've got one. Okay, so we've got a counter. Oh my God. Fucking hell. When the bots don't want to accept your limited cards, then you know it's the end times. It's removed all of the cards that we just thrown in there. Ah, well, even Olisiator. Okay. I don't think I want to trade any more of my rares, actually. Do we just need to fork this up? I think we just need to... Ah, it's so frustrating that there's not another option. We might just need to bite the bullet here and pay it. Because he's not willing to trade. And it's the only guys here that are selling for cash let too. Okay, let's throw in £15 then. He didn't want to do that. I think I really want this to be like the last bit of money that I put into the game, unless I need to put money in to do giveaways and stuff. I don't really want to be putting any more money in to get cards, but I think it is what it is at the moment with this one. Just quickly, before we do that, just a quick one. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it would be the second half of the stream. Okay. No, I don't really trade with Pavel. I try not to. I'd much prefer my money to go to a bot rather than Pavel. So I'm happy to give the money to Basil over a bot, over Pavel, sorry. Like I would only really go to Pavel as an absolute last resort, and it's not the absolute last resort. Like if there was no cards here, then I would probably look at it. But yeah, no, I'm just gonna buy him. Done. Oh, I forgot about Satonio though. Yeah, I did forget about Satonio. I never used to use Satonio, but I think Satonio has improved a lot. Ah, it's going to be gutting now, isn't it? If we find that Satonio has a Pinares that we could have looked at. He has the limited, but he doesn't have the rare. Okay, cool. Done. All right, so I think we fixed that. Pinares has an L15 of 47. Wonder, that doesn't change anything, does it, for our Cap 240? Well, potentially it could do if we decided that we wanted to take out Zampedri and put, say, Airsig in here. Oh, interesting. Now we've got an additional midfielder. Does it change things for the rest of our team? If we put Airsig in here, no, look, then we've only got 45. Just wondering, now we've got Pinares, does it make more sense to play Pinares with Zampedri? I don't mind playing Tapia on his own because he's got that really low L15 of 41. But maybe the play here is to kind of do Zampedri in here. And then Pinares as the midfielder. So we have a little bit of a stack going on. It would mean that if we took out Zampedri from here, we could. I tell you what we could do. We could then play Garces here. We could play a whole raft of people in here. I think probably who I would want to pick in here would be anti-airsig instead. But then that would mean taking airsig out of cap 220. I feel like the cap 220 is quite good. Almost perfect, isn't it? Like we would technically need to play decisions. This is tricky now. Okay. What's the lineup that we are trying to prioritize the most? It's always cap 240. Is that maybe the play? Taking Montiero out and putting Pinares in so that he can stack with Zampedri. And then we have 40, which still allows us to play Molon. Oh, look, we're only just a little bit short. We're now to afford Tapia. Wow. That would have been quite nice, wouldn't it? If we could have done this full stack here, but it might have been overkill too. 2 forwards in there. Instead, if we just reset this, sorry. If we keep Molon in, we take Montiero out, and then we just put Pinares in now. I think that changes things a little bit. Then Pinares goes in there. Let's do that for now. Okay. Our cap 220 remains the same, doesn't it? Well, we have anti-airsig in there. Adri. I mean, there's probably an argument here to say that we could take Kadri out and we could put Jamiro Montiero in for 52 or for 51. If we take these guys out because they're not going to be in here, and then put Carlos Garces back in here. Maybe having Jamiro Montero in here is actually okay. The reason being is that if we think that Jamiro Montero can do well and we think that Kofi's going to do really bad, we're probably going to need to have all of our 4 outfielders that can massively hit a big score. If we put Kadri in here, it's almost like we're going to put Kadri in and we're not really expecting Kadri to do that good. So maybe that's okay. Then captaincy on Morales there. Okay. So at the moment then, I think we've pretty much done it. So our cap 240 now looks like that, where we have Pinares in midfield to stack with Zampedri. Molon keeps his place there. And then we have Slovic and Armidagu. So we have a defensive stack, we have an attacking stack, and then we've got Molon with an interesting game against Heronveen. And I think we would then probably put the captaincy on Zampedri. I think he's got a good chance to score here. He scored in every one of his last 3 meetings against his opponent. Okay. And then our second priority team is All-Star Rare, where we're going again with a little bit of a stack, where we've got Vitesse with Karlan Zarkus, Eli Room, Biaki, Zalahi, Smolcic. What do you guys think at the moment? Do you guys think we're on the right track here? It's been a little bit tricky this week to try and figure out where everyone needs to go. Because we want to be able to compete on 4 different fronts, right? So it's also about trying to find the balance where you've got 4 really decent teams. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty tricky, isn't it, Kelfer? I actually think this is really good, the Cap 220. I feel like this is perfect. And then... Where's it gone? We've got 4 good teams, I think. I feel like we've got 4 good teams anyway. And then what we can probably do is we can put like a throwaway team together in here, where we try and scrape as many Sorare coins as we can. But we've also got Branco and Pereiro that we could technically play. No, we couldn't. We couldn't play Amperero in Cap 240 because Amperero has an L15 of 49 and Auguste has an L15 of 46. Well, we could actually do that. But then we're just going to be breaking up. Oh, we could do that. Dear. You could almost get dizzy with the possibilities here. No, we couldn't do it if we put Pinares in. I was thinking, could we do a bit of a stack? And then we could put, say, Amperero in there, but it's not going to work. Who's our forward in this one? Probably Victor Edvardsen. Then our midfielder here. So this is where it gets difficult now, right? Because we don't really have a starting midfielder. So this is why it's going to be a punty throwaway team. Pappy, I think, got a red card in the last game, though. Yeah, he did. Right at the end as well. Silly bastard. Probably what we can do here is we could do Cosio and then either Amperero or Gartenman. I think probably Amperero at the moment. Then Captain Cosio. Yeah, we were looking at Kevin Kraus, that he played 90 minutes, didn't he, in the last game? I don't think it's a good game to be targeting him, but it's good to see that he's going to be back, or he looks like he's back. Okay, let's take a quick breather. We'll be back in 5, guys. We're going to take a very short break here. What's up, guys? We're back again. So I just want to double check my lineups that I'm thinking about entering for this weekend. It's actually been quite tricky today. Probably it's been tricky because we've got more options now in goal, and it allows us to compete on 4 different fronts rather than just the usual 2 or 3. I think it's also just been tricky for with the cap modes, and also we've got some players that we can't pick from that we usually pick from. So trying to kind of find the 4 rare teams that we want to have a good crack with has been a little bit difficult, but I think we might have done it. So yeah, and I think again we do the low cap here, the low target of 270. Who have we still got here in the chat? Very quiet today, actually. Catfoot's in here though. Still enjoying your Mbappe, Calfoot. Where are you going to be playing your Mbappe actually this weekend? My gallery has never been more confusing. Sounds like you need a review my gallery or pick my lineup, Manuelino. This will be the first weekend of Mbappe All-Star, so it'll be Raya, Gabriel, Saka, Mbappe, Van der Sar. Wow, it's the captain. The fact that you're captaining Van der Sar over Mbappe says a lot about Van der Sar, doesn't it? Who do PSG have, Calfoot, this weekend? Out of curiosity. Rene's at home. I really like that team you've got. How much was that? No, I think probably Van der Sar's probably the one. How much would that team be worth today? Raya, Gabriel, Saka, Mbappe, Van der Sar. Mbappe has dropped to 300 for the new season. Wow, that's a big drop. I really hope that Well, this is like the away team, isn't it? Every single player that we have in this lineup is playing away. Patrick Vimmer is back, yeah. He's made it onto the subs bench, I think, in the last 2 games or the last game. So if we're talking about Patrick Vimmer, yeah, he is back. Don't know whether this team's actually going to do well. We've got some difficult fixtures here. Just wondering whether we let's bring that team up again. Just wondering whether we need to switch things around in All-Star and All-Star Rare Plus. Can't wait until we get a new lobby. I hate this lobby so much. I think it's probably okay like that. Okay, let's move on. Let's do some other teams now. Yeah. So under 23 is the team that is for you guys, and at the moment we have this here. I'm going to ask everyone now who we should have as the captain in our under 23 team. Probably also need to check from the expert to see whether Yankovic is anywhere close to returning, which we'll do now.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Sellers, thank you so much for the raid, and hello to you, man. How you doing? Good to see Sellers back in here. Haven't seen you in a while. So how's everything going? Good. How's the new job going for you as well? Because you've been in the job for about what, a month now, a month and a half, something like that. How's it still going, man? Guys, who do we need to captain in our community under 23 team? Ah, good to hear, man. Have you started to wear any of the gear yet on the or do you still have to wait until you can get the? I think you said before you have to wait almost, don't you, until you can get the discount on it? No. Thank you for the sub as well, sellers. I appreciate it a lot. Calculate the cost of the team, about 590 because it's the old Gabriel and Saka. Wow. Oh, lovely, man. How are you feeling about the weekend, Sellers? Because at the moment, I don't know if you guys know, but Sellers is doing really well in the midweek with his Liverpool boys. So he's been smashing it to the expense of my Luton Town boys, but he's been doing really good. So I think he's set to have a really great midweek. Have you already started to look at your teams for the weekend at all, Sellers, or? Is it time again for the mighty match kick? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Okay, so this is the one and only time that we're going to do a poll for the under 23 team. So I'm not going to ask you guys again until the game week starts. This is the only time I'm going to ask. So this is the team that we're going to be running, and you guys need to pick who you think you want the captain to be. All right, there you go. So vote away. And then whoever gets whatever player gets the most amount of votes, we will then captain in our under 23 team. Oh, hello. Did I give you 2 minutes as well on that poll? I think I did, didn't I? Please do vote in this poll, guys, because this is the under 23 team, which is playing for you. So if it wins a card, we give the card out. Obviously, we want this team to do really well, so we can give more cards out every game week. So do vote. Your votes determine how well we do. And the player with the most amount of votes here today will be our captain in our under 23 team for the weekend. Do you think there's any better players than Airseg for this game week? There probably is, but I think Airseg's one of the forwards that has a great fixture. So I think if you already have Airseg, you don't have to worry. It's probably quite a good option to captain. Okay, I think the voting is nearly in. Match Kick, the goalkeeper, is going to be the captain for our under 23 team. So thank you to everyone that did vote. So we're going to put the captaincy on Match Kick. He is going to be our under 23 captain this weekend. So your under 23 team, guys, is looking like this one here. This is your under 23 team for the weekend, and that's your captain. So fingers crossed we can win something. It has been a while since we won something from it. Pretty difficult to win in under 23 limited now. Thank you also to Icon for the 4 months, man. The resub is so appreciated. So thank you so much, buddy. Yeah, the mighty Match Kick is in there. It's got a great fixture. You know he's probably going to concede now, isn't he? Against the worst team, who have not won a game and they have 4 points. He's probably going to concede 1 or 2 goals now, which is going to be killer. All right, so under 23 is done. I need to do my limited captive 40. And what I do in the limited captive 40 is I always try and hit the 340 now. So let's put a team together in here that we think has a chance to hit 340. We've only got one other starting goalkeeper, Tasgran. He goes in. I think defensively, if we want to have a good chance of trying to hit the 340, we need to pick a player that has the potential to hit a score of 100. And that player is going to be Morales. And then we need to find a midfielder that's also a heavy hitter. So like Jimero Monteiro technically is a heavy hitter. And then we've really got Maric as well. Let's put Monteiro in for now. You're going for the 390 target, are you? What, in limited? Who is going for 390? Like, anyone in the chat can answer this. Who's been going for 390 so far in the threshold? Has anyone been doing it? I don't mean achieving it, but has anybody actually been going for the 390? I think it's pretty bold if you are. Oh, look at this here. So we almost have to work out what we go for here. 340 all the way for Connor. I sniffed the line before making my lineups. I think if I sniffed the lineup, I think I would. I don't think we want to play Airseg in 240. We could do, but given his fixture and his L15, I think we want to play him in Cap 220 in limited 2. We've got Nicholas Ibanez in Cap 220. So we might need to look at that. Let's put Biaki in here. Then we have 43. Ooh. Is that enough to afford Jasic? Ah, Jasic is 45. Slovic, Zan, Klomlinic, Fernandez, Omar Mamouche, and Paul Jolly. Is this bold? I think that is bold. I don't really rate Zan. I'm not a big fan of Omar either, really. He's okay. But I like Fernandez, I like Jolly, I like Slovic. Trying to target guys that I know can hit like a monster score, because then it gives us a good chance to hit the 340. This is a lot of points to spend on a forward, 56 here. Maybe what we need to do is we need to figure out the 220 first. Because then whoever doesn't fit into the 220 can probably then fit into the 240. I think it is going to be Edison in here, but I just want to double check it. Yeah, it's Edison at 44. Do you think we will have the EM covered? What do you mean by EM, Manjit? Yeah, the European Championship. You mean like the Euros? I mean, the Euros is covered. It's just a case of whether they decide to do some kind of special tournament for it. But I don't know whether they are going to do. I mean, maybe they. Don't know whether we're going to get like a global cup style tournament again. I think they would have probably just announced it as part of the new format. But I'm sure they'll do some kind of funky promotion around it. Yeah. They might, who knows? They maybe even do like a surprise in-season tournament for it, where they release a bunch of like Euro cards, like national cards that you have to buy from them at auction in order to compete in the Euros to win cash from the Euros. I wouldn't be surprised if they'd done something like that. Yeah. For sure, they're going to do something good, though. Well, hopefully it's good. I think the Global Cup was good, but I think the Global Cup could have been a lot better. I think I say that about a lot of things in Sorare, but the Global Cup, I enjoyed it, but I do think they could have done a lot better job with it. Um, who we're picking here as a defender? We need to figure this out. In fact, let's do the forward first of all, because I'm pretty sure that we're going to be doing anti-airsig in here for 43. And so then our midfielder options are, again, we have Robin Molon, who, to be honest with you, for a cost of 33, and we know he's going to be starting, is almost too good for us to not pick. Because it's difficult for him to not outscore 33. And it just means that we free up a lot more for some heavy hitters. I just don't know whether we're going to need that or not. Let's do it for now. And then we have 100. We have 100. So if we wanted to, we could play Leonardo Morales here. Whilst his cost is so low. I mean, I was also thinking about playing him in Cap 240, but we've got a few other options that we could play in Cap 240, like Estrada, Ossio. So again, it's just about trying to keep the cost down in the 220. Look, we've even got Marvin Martins as well. Yeah, it's Morales in here, isn't it? It's Morales in here for 47. And then we have 53. So we could technically throw in a Matteo Maric here if we wanted to. Which we might want to do. Why did he score so low in the last game, Matteo Maric? He just had a shocker, didn't he? 2 fouls, 1 yellow card. 4 goals conceded doesn't help either. And then he lost a lot more duels than he won. So yeah, he just had an off day. Yeah, I think we do him. Given that we can, he's exactly 53. I think we do that. I mean, Armored Goose is quite good too, but we could probably use him in Cap 240. As we're using him in Cap 240 Rare. Yeah. So why don't we do this then? So we put, where's he gone? Matteo Maric in there, and then we put the captaincy. I don't think I want to put the captaincy on anti-airseg in Cap 220 Rare and Cap 220 Limited. Or do we? I mean, it's quite a risk, isn't it, when you do that? It's a risk anyway when you put the same player in 2 different teams, but then when you captain them in 2 different teams, it's like, then they really have to hit a mad score. Thing is, though, it's just such a good fixture. I feel like we should be being a bit risky here by doing it, no? I mean, we know that Morales can hit like a mental score out of nowhere. At the moment, he's not quite been doing it. So I'm very tempted to put the captaincy on him. But, you know, Istra going up against the worst team in the division. I feel like it's too tempting, isn't it, not to do it? Overthinking, yeah, probably. We do have Morales as the captain in here. Let's do it. Let's put the captaincy on Airseg again. Thank you so much, Ligmar, for jumping in. I really appreciate it, man. So that can be our Capsule 20 team, which I think is pretty good. I love the fact that we've got Molon and he has just such a low L15. I think a lot of people forget that he's actually a good player. He's very creative, so he doesn't really tend to have much AA, but he will often be, if a team are going to score and he's playing for that team, he will often be the source of that goal. I like it. I think that's a good start. So then any players that we haven't been able to fit into 20, we can now look at for this one here. Okay. Is Ibanez going to play? He didn't play in the last game, did he? He was on the subs bench in that game. A bit annoying. I think again here we can play Jamiro Montero. So that gives us 90. Okay. Now technically, we could play Ahmed Agus here. Marvin Martins doesn't really have that good a fixture. Yeah, so I think it would be Ahmed Agus here. Then we have 44. Oh, you're kidding me. Okay. I think that's going to be a little bit too short of what we need. It would have been quite nice if we could have played Adis Jasic in here to stack with Biaki, but we can't afford to do it. We've got Robin Knock, who we could play. Got Ryan Gilles, who's doing okay at the moment. Ivan Audet's against Gladbach, I don't think so. Cockerman's doing okay, but I don't think so either. Yeah, the problem is we can't play Robin because it's too high. Unless we put Jasic in there and then we have 50. Oh, look, technically that works like that, doesn't it? So now what we could do is we could play Pappy. Well, we can't because he's suspended, but we could play Estrada if we wanted to, who's in really good form. Doesn't tend to do that good away from home, though. We could play Cosio, who's at home. I think we have Cosio, no? In another lineup. Yeah, we've got Cosio in 270. Could do Estrada, who's in really good form. And then we maybe give the captaincy to Auguste there, like that. And then we pick 340. This is not really a good fixture. But these are also players that are playing very good. It's not bad. I don't know whether that's going to hit the 340 or not, but it's not bad. Then we would have probably like a punty throwaway team in All-Star. And then just like an absolute throwaway team in 270 and whatever else we can do it in. But probably for All-Star needs to be our next team. So yeah, Cosio in here. And then what? Probably Jamiro Monteiro in here. Up front could then be Ibanez in case he doesn't start. And then probably Marvin Martin's here. Or actually, oh yeah, I was going to say we could do Pappy, but again, he's suspended, isn't he? So we could do, yeah, Marvin Martin's there. And then we could captain, we captain Monteiro, actually. Let's do that. Okay. And then we need to put out a completely punty team in 270. Like Siebenhandel, for example. Florent Haddish and I were not, ooh, we're not playing. I was going to say, do we stack him with the goalkeeper? We could do. Could throw Haddish and I in here, so at least we have a bit of a defensive stack going on. That's probably a little bit better, isn't it? How's Balkovic doing too? Balkovic is doing okay. Then we would need to take out Armored Goose, and I think I want to keep him in. Strada there. Hmm. Seems a bit strange to play Karaka out of the stack. Weather here in Germany is so depressing. It's raining and windy the whole day. It's actually the same here as well, but no surprise, it's the UK. But I was just saying off stream that it's just a really depressing day. Just wet and windy out there. Horrible. I thought in Germany though you have like quite defined seasons, no? So probably it's very unusual for you over in Germany to have this type of weather, no? Like at this time of the year for so long anyway. It's rained uh since 20 hours. What's Stunden again? Stunden's hours, no? It's rained also since 20 hours or since 8. No, I agree with you. Yeah. I agree with you, Twitch gaming. I don't mind it every now and then, but yeah, I don't want it all the time. I mean, who really does want this kind of all the time, no? Some crazy people. Okay, we can put Santelli in here. Why do we have Karaka in? We shouldn't have him in anymore. Oh yeah. I really want to go over to Germany for the summer. I love going over to Germany anyway, but I'd love to be at the Euros over in the summer, even just for a weekend. I think it'd be great. Be such a good vibe, good weather, good atmosphere, hopefully good football as well. I'm sure there will be. Okay, we're running out of midfielders as we can see, so we probably need to play Gaza or Gorian. I mean, we don't need to. We could play Ryan Shields in actual fact. Maybe we should do that because Ryan Shields has like huge amounts of bonus as well. Kind of seems like a shame to not be playing him, even in a throwaway team. Let's do it. It's only a throwaway team, isn't it? And then here we could then play Garza if we wanted to. Jan Gregus if we wanted to, but he didn't start. Is he going to start Jan Gregus at all? Because he didn't start in the game last night, no? Or the night before. Is he 50%? Hmm. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Because this is like a throwaway team. So probably the way I need to be thinking about it. Oh, look, we've got Armin Augusto. We need to put him in somewhere. So we can go in there like that. It's perfect. Okay. There's this Jersey Lovers Special Weekly, which I haven't really entered properly. I mean, this is just going to be where I'm going to be putting my leftovers in. We can't, unfortunately, do a Premier League team, an in-season Premier League team, because Luton aren't playing this weekend. So probably that's going to be our next option to, yeah, to do one of these, or if we can do a few of them. Our last forward is Benji. Oh my God. Well, it's not true. We've also got Cade Cowell. I think I'm going to pick Cade here over Benji. Or can I? A minimum of 2 players with an average of 40 or below. Okay, so Cade qualifies then. Technically, so does Oregon. Should be fine. Yeah. And then we can just put in whoever here, whoever's left over. Like Garza, for example, or Santelli. Oh, we can't play Santelli because we have him in 270. Let's do Garza like that. Hello to Malv. Yeah, he's been suffering with that for a while, isn't he? Ever since, even when he was at Watford. If you open the lineup predictions in a new tab, you can avoid the ads on Play Sharper. I think Connor, you mentioned that too, didn't you? I think. Was it you who mentioned it too? Let's try it. So what? Like do we have to do? Oh, I think I know what you mean. So basically, yeah, I know what you mean. So click on it here and then say open the link in a new tab. Yeah, perfect. That's quite a nice way to get around it. So open the link in a new tab. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, perfect. Thank you for that little tip. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Click the scroll wheel also works. Does it really? So if we click on this right here and then we click where's another ad? Okay, let's get off this. Let's go to a completely different league here. We're not even getting any ads anymore. Fair enough. I didn't know that at all. That's quite useful. So guys, there you go. If you want to avoid the ads, then just click the mouse wheel down or right click on the fixture you want to see a lineup for, then do open link in a new tab, and then you won't see the ads there. A little bit of a workaround, which I'm sure Play Sharper will, I'm sure Play Sharper will eventually discover that and then try and figure out a way to stop it. But for now, that's how you get around the ads if the ads are really annoying you. Sorry. Just want to make sure we've done all our teams. I think we're nearly done on the teams, to be honest with you. Jersey Lover Special Weekly Pro, I don't think we can really enter. Well, we probably can, but it's not really going to be worthwhile. But we'll put something in here. Like Garterman can go in here. Saper's out injured. You can see the problem. We don't really have a midfielder anymore, do we? Let's do Derek Etienne Jr. though. Maybe he comes off the bench as a sub. And then we have Santelli that we're not using. So we can do Santelli in here. And then we can probably do Heiser if we wanted to, or most likely what we would do is Laurent. Or we could do Kevin Krause as well. I don't think it really matters because we're not gonna win the jersey with this team. Let's do Kevin Krause here. There we go. I thought there was a requirement. God, look at that. I wasn't even paying attention to the requirements, but we just so naturally happened to have 3 players under an L15 or 40, so it kind of worked. Cool. Okay. What else have we missed then? I haven't updated my pooky scores yet, but that's the next thing I'm going to do, Connor. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. We do need to do it. We need to use our excess energy to try and get squeeze out some more points if we can. Can't do this one because we don't have a limited Bundesliga forward. We don't have a goalkeeper, so okay. Can we put one more? I don't know if we can, but can we put one more throwaway team out? No, we can't. Hold on. Yeah, technically we could. We just need to switch the goalie here. So we put Kaminsky in like that. And then we then go down to the challenger. And we can just put out like one more throwaway team just to see if we can scrape some Sorare coins from it. Yeah, so look, we could do George Cox or Arif Cockerman. We could do Banda, Stefan Skirbo. And then Benji has to come in here. So let's do something like this here. Then Cockerman. Let's do something like that. We're really trying to squeeze out every inch of utility out of our cards this weekend. Pretty sure we can't do anything else anymore at all now. We could probably do a kickoff super rare, but again, I don't think it would be really worth it. We could put Andy Najjar in there. Then we could do who? I mean, we could just put in Grigic, who's not going to play. Like, so many of these guys are not going to play. That's the thing. So it's just about, because they're not going to be in a training team, can we just put them in any kind of team so they can get a little bit of an extra boost on their XP? Probably Philip Heiser here. I think Philip Heiser's got a chance of either starting or getting on the pitch. So let's do that. And then we should have a goalkeeper. Well, unless we're using one. Dominguez we're not using at all. Let's just put him in there like that. Oh, wow. Lots of gaps here. Oh, okay. We need to put Peter Musa in as well. Yeah, there we go. Perfect slot for Peter Musa. Done. Okay, that just needs to be confirmed. Then we're missing 2 slots here. Let's put Ogben in there. Then let's put the last remaining rare that we've got. Probably Zaper. Even though he's injured, let's just keep building him up. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'll keep him, I think. Yeah, I'll keep him. Does he have no utility at all? I thought he might have had some limited utility. No, he's got no utility at all. Yeah, I'll keep him. I didn't pay a lot for him anyway. All right, so I think we pretty much, it was a bit of a slog. I think we've pretty much done our teams now for the weekend. I'll be having another look at them, I think, later on tonight. And then, of course, tomorrow. But I think we've largely figured out where everyone needs to go. So our main priority focus this weekend is to try and hit Cap 220, All-Star Rare Plus, and Cap 240. Those are like our 4 priority teams in general. And then Cap 270 is a complete punty team. And then in limited, our priority lineups are under 23, Cap 220, Cap 240, and then All-Star is like a punty throwaway, and then Cap 270 is a complete throwaway team, along with Challenger, Jersey, and well, both the jerseys, limited and rare. And then we've just got like a kickoff, which is pure XP boosting team, and then just a load of academy teams as well. Yeah. Yeah. If Honduras have a game and he's back in the back at the national team, then it'll be worth it in a way. Yeah. Like when I bought him, I knew that there was a risk that he might not be covered. And so when I spent the 20, I think it was 23 or 24 pounds or something, I was okay potentially just losing all of that. Yeah. So no plans to sell him. All right, cool. Let's open up a couple of free tip Scout Fund coupons. And then what we're going to do as well, we're going to head over to Pooky for a little bit too. Okay. Okay, so I've pretty much opened all the free tip Scout Fund coupons. In fact, yeah, I can open them all up. There we go. Good. Okay. Let's head over to Pooky because we do need to update our predictions. Let's close a few of this down as well. I haven't logged into Pooky yet, so I need to do that too. Let's get my wallet loaded in. Okay, good. So I can see we've had a couple of coupons that have been activated, so we'll do those in a minute. Redeem the wrong token, just ignore. I can refund it back to you, Graham. Let me refund it back to you, okay? I'll have a look at it now. So you done build it like Barca. I'll just refund it back to you, man. All right, so there we go. There you go, Graham. You got your points back. So we'll do Show Me the Money, which is from Manuelino. Manuelino has redeemed Show Me the Money. So we're going to do that in 1 second. And if you don't know what that is, I'm going to buy Manuelino a card of his choice. So he can choose a player, whatever player he wants, as long as they are under £10 or less, he can choose them and we'll buy them. What we want to do quickly is we want to just check our predictions on Pookie and maybe update them. We got 58 points from the Inter Miami game, which is not bad. I was really expecting that game to go over 2.5. So it's a little bit of a shame that it was under, but it's still quite good that we get 58 points from it. It's a good start, right? And then the odds for this have not changed at all. They've gone down here. They haven't changed here. They've stayed the same. This has gone up by 2, but it's not really enough for us to spend 2 energy to update it. If it went up by 5, we would have probably done it. But 2's not enough. Like this one's gone up by 1. We're not going to update it. That one's gone down, which is good for us, actually. This one's gone up by 2. That stayed the same. That one's gone up by 4. So it's getting there. We could technically update that one, but I just don't think it's worth it to update for an additional 4 points, and it's going to cost us 2 energy. We need to pick the right time to do it. Holy shit. This one's gone up by 100. So there you go. We're going to update this one. Doing Inter Miami 3, Galaxy 2. Let's do it. Yeah, for an extra 100, we're definitely going to update it. And then we need to check the German league. Also, if anyone is looking to play this and they're not playing it already, then of course the link again is in the chat. And you'll be able to find a beginner's guide on my Twitch channel and also on my YouTube channel about how to play Pooky. So do check that out. My last 3 games in the Bundesliga went up by at least 60. Okay. So we need to check that then, don't we? This one's gone up by 1. That stayed the same. So is that one. This one's gone up by 3. That one's gone down. And that one stayed the same. So we don't need to update our predictions at the moment. We've got loads of energy, so we can update them. If they change tomorrow, then we've got enough energy where we can update 8 of them. This is quite a nice position to be in. We can also, if we don't update them, we can pay 10 energy forward into the next game week. But what I want to do is I want to see if I need to update them first. And then if I update all of them, what I need to, and I have like 10 energy left over, I don't need to spend, then I will pay it forward. But updating the predictions for this game week is almost like the priority. And then I think what I'll aim to do anyway, is I'll try not to update more than 3, because it would be quite nice to carry the 10 over. If you think about it, if we update 4, that's going to take us down to 8, isn't it? And then with the 8 energy, we then are committing to updating this game week's predictions, because we're too sure of being able to predict one full game in the next one. So ideally, that's why I wasn't updating for like an extra 2 points or 3 points. We need to save our energy so that when we update the next 3, we're doing it for a healthy amount of points, not just 1, 2, or 3. If I buy a new ball, I get 100 energy again. No, that's not how it works at all. If you buy a new Pooky ball, depends on the Pooky ball you get, but you will get more energy if it's a higher level ball. FTS, should I use my stoke money to pick up some rare players, or should I use it to buy unlimited stack? Or just keep it in your bank? I would probably just keep it in the bank if I was you. I don't think buying a buy-in limited stack is the way to go at this stage of the season. Probably buying some rares is useful. I've done the same. I've cashed in a lot of my Stark money, but then I had to pick up a few players. I didn't have to, but the opportunity was so good that I couldn't ignore it. So then I put about £60 into the game, And then I ended up buying these three here of Carlin Zarkus, Eli Room, and then Melly Mullenstein. And then today I had to pick up another player just to kind of fill a gap. So, yeah. Right, should we do it? Where's he gone? So, Manuelino 007, where you at, man? Where you at, Manuelino? Your time is now. We can show you the money now. Manuelino, do reveal to the chat what player you would like for us to buy for you. Then I'm going to go and I'm going to buy Manuelino, a player of his choice that he tells us now for up to £10. And it's a benefit that everybody can get on the stream. You don't need to be a sub to get that benefit at all. You simply just need to jump on the streams as much as you can. And then by doing that, you'll be able to earn up to 75,000. We need to buy it from the secondary market at a buy now. We don't do offers, no. We can also buy it off the auctions market if there's an instant buy that's under £10, but we're not doing offers for it, no. What is the Stark money? It's basically money, free money for anyone that was an early adopter of Sorare that interacted with the Sorare marketplace about 8 times between, I think it was like June 2021 and June or July 2022. So over the course of a year, they needed to have interacted with the Sorare marketplace 8 times. And if they did, they can claim $200 or more. FTS, what's your gallery's price looking like out of curiosity? Last time I looked, which was, I think yesterday, it was like 1,250. It should be around the same. Yeah, look, 1,250. But you can see here, look, all my players are going down. Pretty much all my players are going down. There's a few that are rising, but they're all losing value. The player I wanted is 50 cents over. No, it's fine. Manuelino for 50 cents will do it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we can do it. I'll make the exception. So tell me the player that you want, and then I'll buy them if they're 10, 50 or whatever. That's fine. I hate looking at my gallery, tanked around 30 to 40% since the announcement. Same Darkstalker, yeah. My gallery was worth 1,600 before the announcement. And yeah, it's gone down by about 350, which is about 30%, 40%, something like that. Okay, cool. So we've got a name. Here we go. Okay, so hopefully we can buy this one. We're using cash here. Yeah, we can. So we're going to buy this one for Manuelino, and then we're going to send this card to Manuelino because he has earned 75,000 from being on the live stream. So congratulations and thank you so much for the support. This is going to be your card, man. Oh, have I done it right? No. Oh my God. Let's try that again. There we go. All right, what's your Sorare manager name, Manuelino? Is it literally Manuelino 007? It is, isn't it? That's you there, no? Let me know if this is you. I'm assuming it's you, right? Yeah, it is, isn't it? All right, cool. So we're going to send you the card. Have we got him yet? We do have him. Just going to take a little bit of a while, maybe a couple of minutes just for it to refresh in our, there we go. He's there. If we come out the page and we refresh the page, hopefully got him to send. If you can, only if you can, but it'll be a massive help for me and the channel. If you can tweet out the new card that you've received from me, that'll do wonders, and tag me in. I can then retweet that out. I think a lot of people don't realize that we do stuff like this, and I think it's quite useful for people to know that they get kind of like rewarded for supporting the channel. And I think it's quite a cool reward as well, quite a cool benefit. So yeah, if you do get a chance, I'd massively appreciate it if you could, yeah, just drop a tweet with your new card, and then I'll retweet it to everyone as well. Here you go, man. Here's your new card. There you go. Enjoy. Do let us know how you get on with him this weekend, and what lineup you put him in. Rare goalkeepers are so cheap. I'm so tempted to buy a bunch of them. They really are. They're scandalously cheap, I think. Like, that's why I had to buy. That's why I had to, with the Stark money, I had to buy Eli Room. I keep saying Eli. It's actually Eloy. I had to buy him. He's a starting goalkeeper for. How is there a starting European goalkeeper with 3 months of utility left for like £45? It's kind of funny because after I mentioned it, all of the £45 Eli rooms got snapped up. Like, they're gone. But there was a bit of a flurry after I tweeted about Eli Room. I think people then clocked on and thought, oh shit, that's actually pretty good. And then they all bought them. So at the moment now he's still very good. Look, he's £50, but like, as I say, £45 for a starting rare goalkeeper in a European league. His scoring's actually been pretty good as well in the current format. This is his scoring for Vitesse. I think this is pretty good for Threshold. Like, his AA is fantastic. He's not really been getting a lot of clean sheets, but you can't, there's almost no downside to this at all. There's almost no risk at all. There is, of course, a risk, right? But technically not, because with this level of scoring from a starter, I'll be able to win back the £45 I paid for him very easily, way before the season ends. If it's not letting you put money on your account, as it is saying fraud policy, do you know how to get it sorted? I don't know. I didn't have that issue at all. Yeah, you're going to have to do what Twitch Gaming says there. Open a ticket, a support ticket. I didn't have that issue. I think this is with a new norm. Yeah, Darkstalker. I think it'll be the new norm, man. I think there's too many goalkeepers now that are less than £100, and I think that is the new normal. Thank you, Manuelino, as well. Enjoy your classes. Thank you so much for jumping on the stream. I massively appreciate it. And yeah, enjoy the card and let us know how he gets on for you this weekend, mate. This is something that I've been talking about for a while, that as the prices of cards continue to get lower and lower and lower, like people's then expectation of that card is like their level of what's expensive and what's cheap then changes, right? So Eli Room at £45 now, because a lot of people have been able to pick him up for £45. If Eli Room, like, I'm looking at Eli Room now and I'm thinking £50 is expensive, right? Which is madness, isn't it? Because it's not at all. But like, £60, £70 Eli Room. Like, these cards here, they're far too expensive, but they're not. Because we're talking about a rare starting goalkeeper, but your level of what normal, your perception of what's normal changes, doesn't it? When the market prices change. So now my level of normality for a rare goalkeeper is that and it's not just Eli Room, there's a couple of them out there. Slovic, for example. You can pick up Slovic for £60. You can pick up Sinan Bolat for like £60 as well at the moment. And my level of what's good value and what's expensive has completely changed. And I think that it's very difficult to then try and get the prices back up when everyone's used to the prices being at this new level now. Good. Okay. How many sticker packs are left? Oh, there's only one sticker pack left. Look at that. They've all sold out, as we expected. And oh my God, there's only 39. There's only 39 Pokeballs left. So if you've not picked one up, guys, honestly, you really should. They're going to sell out. And right now, you can actually pick up a common Pokeball for 25 Matic. Last week, it was 30 Matic. So this is probably the cheapest that it's ever going to be. So do pick them up if you can. Whilst we've done pretty much everything we need to on Sorare, we might as well get a head start on Ultimate Champions. We've also done everything we pretty much need to on Pooky for the time being. Because often what we do on Ultimate Champions is we've got rewards as well. Often what we do is we do the lineup on the day. But given that we're just kind of ahead of the curve here, we might as well get started on it earlier. We're going to get 215 coins, which is good for a midweek. Okay. Let's claim those then. Let's claim this one as well. Okay. And then we got, 981 points. So we get 2 commons and 50, which is actually pretty crappy. But again, it's just a midweek. We couldn't really put out a decent team. So he's actually not bad, this guy. He's pretty good. That's quite a good pull. Okay, lovely. I don't think that I have, in fact, I can tell you I haven't sold the player that I had up, this guy here. We are the cheapest on the market, but I think what we're going to do, we're going to drop his price a little bit to that. There we go. Okay. Let's put the team together for the next game week as well. It wouldn't, would it? I never thought that we'd actually see. I never thought that we would actually see the point where rare starting goalkeepers in season. We're not even talking about rare goalkeepers in the off season, where their season is finished. That I could understand. If like Eli Room was like £45 and his season was over, then I'd be like, well, fair enough, right? Because it's in the off season. He's got 3 months of utility left in the current season. He's starting. He's also a national team player, so I can use him for international games. And he does actually have some. Look, coming up, you can see it here. Here we go. World Cup qualification. He was £45. I think that this is fantastic. But I also think this is this is almost like press the red alert button. Press the red alert button. Because if we're being honest about it, I honestly don't think that if the game had enough demand, you would see goalkeepers in their season in rare dropping to that level. I really don't. The fact that there were several of them on the market as well. It's not even like there was one. There was about 5 or 6 of these Eli Rooms that were all for like £45. If you have a game where there's just so much demand, those get snapped up like instantly, or like there's not even any of those types of cards at that price, right? There might be one, but probably the prices are a lot higher. Just mental. All right. I think we're going to do Ultimate Champions, and then we're going to probably call it a day. Because I didn't really want to put that money in. Yeah. I think if I had the money, I would have done it. I do technically have the money after the start tokens, but I just didn't want to do it. It's also quite nice if I can, share, because I shared it. That's the thing. If I wanted to, I wouldn't have shared it, right? But I sent a tweet out about it, which then also gave some of you other guys in the community, look, a chance to go out and buy him. And 5 or 6 of you in the community did. So kind of unselfish like that. I could have, right? For sure I could have, but then what? I've then got all these rooms that I'm just going to make profit on. It's just better if I can tell you guys, like, this is a deal that you probably shouldn't sleep on. Okay. Who's up front? Adley's doing very good at the moment, but then look, so is Lewandowski. Could do both of them. Coman's got a really good fixture though. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? It's a good point, Twitch Gaming. I think we put Coman in. Really like the scoring from Adley at the moment. Is he projected to start in the next game? Oh, I've done it again. Using my mouse button, but it's not closing it down. Yeah, he's at 70%. We've got Florian Wirtz as well. So what we could do is we could do an Adley Wirtz Frimpong in this team here. I think that's what I want to do. So look, we could then do Wirtz in here. I think I also want to maybe do 3-5-2. Then we could do Frimpong. We've got Herodecki as well, but I don't think I fancy them to keep a clean sheet. Oh my God, come on, give me a break. Here we go. Then we can put Adley in here, can't we? Do you think a Gala, Besikt, and Fennerstack for in-season is worth it? No. What, you mean like buying it now? No. Shouldn't be buying European cards now. Especially not full teams at this stage of the season. Look at Frankie Kent. This is a difficult game for him, though, against Rangers. This is turning out to be the red team. Look, they're all in red, apart from the goalkeeper. It's a bit weird seeing the team like this, actually. I think we might play this guy as well. He's not red, though. He doesn't fit anymore. Who's our extra defender? Hello, Two Beast as well. we could technically put Loco in here to keep this whole team red. I don't think we need to be. I mean, Frankie Kent's great. He's brilliant. My worry here is that this is just probably the one fixture we really don't want to be targeting Frankie Kent in. He did do pretty well against him the last time, though. Even in a 1-0 loss, look. And I think he done pretty good against Celtic too, look. 175, so I feel like we can't not play him though, can we? He's like our best defender. Along with, well, he is our best defender. Hello to Mark Gork. Service to you. The Gates, Mark. I really want to make a Prem Rare stack for next season, but prices are way too high in comparison to any other league. Just wait until the season ends. You've got time. Prices are still going to come down a lot more, Darkstalker. You can wait another 2 months or so, and then you can basically almost want to wait until the end of the season to start buying European cards, especially Premier League cards too. They'll be a lot cheaper in 2 months' time. Like, you almost want to start buying them in the last month, or even just straight after the last game. But usually it's kind of like the last month where the prices are starting to get really cheap, like as in dirt cheap, because the guys that do have them then want out of those cards because they've only got like a month's worth of utility, right? So that's the time to be doing it. Would love to sell my Frankfurt stack and buy a River stack. Having a River stack would be great, but you'd be better off waiting for the new River cards, wouldn't you? Yeah, it is pretty poor. It's pretty annoying because you can't build the hype up either. I think it's not just, that's the thing. I think there could be so much of a hype and a buzz that is built around the community. Imagine, that Sorare say, mark this day down on your calendar because this is the day that we're going to be releasing new MLS cards, right? Then you create a buzz. You get people talking about it. If people are talking about it, that buzz then translates over onto social media. That will then in itself start to attract more people to the game. So they'll be like, why is everyone talking about this day, and the MLS? And they'll be like, oh, okay, it's this game. They're launching new cards. Maybe I can get involved today so that I'm ready for the new launch, right? But Sorare don't do that. And it's like the most basic thing because every marketer will tell you that that's what you should be doing, creating buzz for your product. But they miss such a big opportunity, and then they'll just literally turn around and they'll say, go and get the cards now, they're on the market, and they'll do it out of the blue. You're like, well, that's great, but you've missed an opportunity to attract more people into the game by causing a buzz and getting people talking about a new release date on things. It shouldn't be that your users are in the dark about when they can get their hands on this stuff. Like they want to know, especially when the season started. They want to know and they want to start talking about it. I think the other thing as well is that, if there's a reason why Sorare aren't doing it, then fair enough. But we don't even know the reason. They haven't even come out and said, this is the reason why we don't give you a day, or this is why we don't, talk about it. We don't give any indication on timeline. It's not like they've come out and said, this is why we are not going to do it, or this is why we are going to do it. They've said nothing. So it's just like, that's the most frustrating thing, is that nobody knows one way or the other. And it's totally fine if they have like a reason. If they say we don't want to do it because it would kind of potentially cause like a reaction or a crash in the market or something like that, there could be some valid reasons as to why they don't want to do it. And so then that's absolutely fine. But just say, like, just saying nothing, it's so frustrating, because it's almost like it's inexcusable in today's world where we have so many different forms of communication. Just say something, let us know what your position is on it, and then it's fine. If you don't want to say, if you can't say, tell people why, and then we're like, okay, fine. We just have to be patient, and we can't really cause a buzz. We can't really talk about it. We're just in that weird situation where they don't say anything either way, and nobody really knows what's going on. It just I don't know. It just doesn't look that great, in my opinion. Guys, should I sell my MLS cards now? They are worth as much as my decent rares. Depends if you're going to be playing with them or not, though, Beast. If you're going to be playing MLS next season, then maybe you're going to need them. Unless you're thinking about buying the new MLS cards whenever they're released, right? Thinking about putting this guy in because he plays for the best team in the Slovakian division. He's just a monster scorer. I think we're going to do it. He could be rotated, though, I think, potentially. This is actually quite strong, this team. When is a good time to buy MLS cards? Probably when, depends. It really depends, right? I would say that now is not a good time to buy MLS cards, okay? The reason being is that you buy them, and then probably what Sorare is going to do today or tomorrow or next week is they're going to drop a load of new MLS cards into the game. Your cards that you paid X amount for are then going to completely crash in value because the new season cards are going to be the things to get. No one's going to be interested in the old season cards, really. Of course, there'll be a few, but not really. The demand will massively shift to the new cards. And so if you don't mind that your cards are going to crash in value and that you just want to be playing with your MLS cards in a classic cut style kind of competition next season, then just do that. But this isn't really the best time to be buying them because it's so close to where the new season cards are going to be minted. Who do we need to throw in? Some additional people in here. Okay. Lewandowski. Luke O'Neill's always a good shout. Yeah, Luke's kind of like my my go-to. We often play him. He's still got that damn red card attached to his card, which I don't get. Forward midfielder and then defender. Then we can put Loco in here. This is actually a good start. In fact, do we want to have it that way? Yeah, I think we probably do. Oh yeah, Luke starts. He's like the main starter. He's like one of their best players, Luke. I think he starts no matter who's in charge, really. Who do we captain? This is technically the fixture where we could captain Wirtz, who could do really good. But we could also captain this guy who's a real heavy hitter. It's quite consistently good. Look. Because they're just like almost like the buy-in of that league. We could also captain Saka, who's in incredible form, but I don't think I want to captain the Arsenal boys just because they have a slightly tricky fixture. Could captain Surt as well. Surt's very good. First place going up against 16th at home. Consistent as well. Look, I'm thinking Surt kind of stands out to me. So I think we'll do that. I do want to captain Verts because it's Verts, but the kind of the problem with Verts is that he's very inconsistent. Now, obviously I'm playing him. Just don't know whether I trust him to hit like the big score that he should be able to do, like here. Because if I captain him and he oh, what the freaking hell is going on here? If I captain him and he just does a score like that, it's really not that good. And Surt doesn't really give those types of scores, so I think we do that for now. But I kind of would like to captain Verts. I might change it tomorrow. I think at the moment, this is the team that we're thinking about. I think it's pretty good. We've got more stacks again, haven't we? We've got 3 Arsenal players. We've got 3 of the Bucharest players here. And then we've got 3 of the Mainz players. Got kind of like just 3 times 3 stacks going on. It's pretty good. We could do tournaments too, but I think yeah, I think I actually just want to call it a day for the time being. So we will be back again later on tonight for a slightly different stream. But for the time being, I want to thank everyone for jumping on today's stream. I really appreciate it. And you'll be able to catch me over on Twitter for the rest of the afternoon. So if you want to continue the discussion, you can do so with me over there. Otherwise, good luck with the rest of your lineup building. And I hope to see a lot of you, if not all of you, on the stream later on tonight. So till then, thanks so much, guys, and I'll catch you on the next one.